Tonight we begin with a question that'll stick in your mind like an axe in a shield. Could you survive as a Viking warrior? Not the Hollywood version with the impossibly clean braids and the perfectly choreographed battles. Not the romanticized saga hero who dies gloriously in slow motion while violins play. The real thing. The brutal, freezing, disease-ridden, politically backstabbing, socially suffocating reality of being a Norseman who decided that raiding, trading, and occasional pillaging was the career path for you. Picture this. It's somewhere around the year 875, and you've just been born into a longhouse on the coast of what will one day be Norway. Congratulations. Your life expectancy just dropped to somewhere around 40 years if you're extraordinarily lucky. And that's assuming you survive infancy, which, statistically speaking, you probably won't. But let's say you beat those odds. Let's say you make it past the childhood diseases, the harsh winters, the accidental drownings, the food poisoning from poorly preserved fish, and the general chaos of Viking Age Scandinavia. You grow up strong, or at least strong enough. You learn to fight because everyone learns to fight. You learn to row because everyone learns to row. You learn that your worth as a human being is measured almost entirely by your ability to contribute to the household's survival and your willingness to die for your family's honor. No pressure. By the time you're 15 or 16, you're expected to be a functional adult. That means you can handle an axe, navigate by the stars, endure weather that would make modern people weep, and accept that your entire existence revolves around a social hierarchy so rigid that stepping out of line could get you outlawed, which is essentially a death sentence with extra steps. The sagas won't tell you about the constant diarrhea from contaminated water. They won't mention the tooth decay that leaves grown men whimpering in the corner of the longhouse. They won't describe the smell of 30 people living in one room all winter with no proper ventilation and a fire that smokes more than it heats. But we'll get to that next. First, let's ease into tonight's journey together by understanding what you're actually signing up for when you become a Viking warrior. Forget the berserker rage and the noble death in battle. We're talking about a life where violence is so normalized that a man killing another man over a perceived insult at a feast is just considered Tuesday. We're talking about a society where your reputation is literally everything, where being called a coward is worse than death, where failing to avenge a family member makes you a social pariah. You'll spend most of your life cold, not the kind of cold where you complain about forgetting your jacket. The kind of cold that makes your fingers stop working, that turns your beard into icicles, that seeps into your bones and never quite leaves, even in summer. You'll spend most of your life hungry, not the kind of hungry where you're waiting for dinner. The kind of hungry that makes you understand why Vikings were so enthusiastic about raiding monasteries for their grain stores. You'll spend most of your life in pain, from injuries that never quite heal properly, from infections that modern medicine could fix with antibiotics, but that in your time just fester and smell and maybe kill you if you're unlucky. From the simple wear and tear of a life spent doing backbreaking physical labor from the moment you can walk until the moment you die. And here's the real kicker. You'll probably die badly. Not in some glorious last stand where poets sing your name for generations. You'll die from dysentery, or you'll fall overboard during a storm and drown in water so cold it stops your heart in minutes. Or you'll take a wound in a raid that gets infected, and you'll spend weeks dying slowly while your body rots from the inside out. Or you'll just get old by Viking standards, which means 40, and you'll die in your sleep if you're lucky, or lingering and sick if you're not. The Viking Age wasn't an adventure. It was a brutal, grinding existence where most people lived and died within a few miles of where they were born, where comfort was a foreign concept, where the strong preyed on the weak and called it honor. If you'd like more stories like this one, please subscribe so you don't miss any new uploads. I'd also love to hear from you. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time of day you're tuning in. Your childhood begins in that smoke-filled longhouse where you'll spend every winter of your life until you're dead. The first thing you need to understand is that privacy doesn't exist. The concept hasn't been invented yet. You sleep in a room with your parents, your siblings, your grandparents, if they're still alive, your aunts and uncles, your cousins, and whatever thralls your family owns. That's right. We're starting with slavery, because the Vikings were enthusiastic participants in the slave trade, and your family almost certainly owns at least a few human beings whose lives are worth less than a good milk cow. You'll grow up watching these thralls beaten for minor infractions, worked until they collapse, and treated as property because that's exactly what they are under Norse law. No one thinks this is wrong. No one questions it. It's just how things are, the same way you don't question that the sun rises or that winter is cold. Your mother will nurse you until you're 3 or 4 if you're lucky, and she doesn't die in childbirth or from infection or from any of the 1,000 things that kill women in the 9th century. Your father will barely acknowledge your existence until you're old enough to be useful. Children aren't coddled in this world. They're potential workers who might survive to adulthood. Your value is entirely theoretical until you prove you can contribute. Let's talk about the smell. Your nose will adjust because it has to. But that doesn't change the objective reality that you're living in, what amounts to a barn filled with people. The longhouse reeks of unwashed bodies, because bathing in winter means heating enough water over the fire, and nobody's wasting that much fuel for personal hygiene. It reeks of cooking food that's been preserved through methods that would horrify modern health inspectors. Salted fish that's been hanging in the rafters for months. Fermented shark that smells like ammonia. Dried meat that's developed interesting colors. It reeks of the animals that share your living space during the worst of winter, because letting the livestock freeze means starvation come spring. Sheep, goats, sometimes even horses if the weather's bad enough, all contributing their own special fragrances to the atmosphere. And it reeks of the latrine situation, which we'll get into more detail about later, but for now, just understand that medieval sanitation was not a strong point of Viking culture. You'll learn to fight as soon as you can hold a wooden sword. This isn't optional. This isn't a fun hobby. This is survival training because the world you're growing up in solves most of its problems with violence. Disputes over land? Violence. Disputes over women? Violence. Disputes over whose sheep wandered onto whose property? Believe it or not, also violence. Your father or your uncle or whoever's responsible for your training will beat you with sticks until you learn to block properly. They'll make you practice with weapons until your hands bleed and your shoulders scream and you can barely lift your arms. They'll do this because they love you, in their own emotionally constipated Viking way. And they know that the first time you fail in a real fight, you die. No second chances. No do-overs. Just a funeral and your family swearing vengeance, which perpetuates the whole cycle of violence that defines this culture. You'll learn to row before you learn to read, which is fine because you're probably never going to learn to read anyway, unless you're incredibly highborn or destined for priesthood. The longship is everything to your people. It's transportation, it's military technology, it's a status symbol, it's art. A well-built ship is worth more than human lives, plural. You'll spend hours on the water, learning to read the currents, learning to navigate by the sun and stars, learning to endure the physical agony of rowing for hours at a time while water sprays in your face and your hands develop blisters that burst and bleed and then callus over and burst again. The North Sea doesn't care about your comfort. The Norwegian fjords don't care about your pain. The ship needs to move, and you need to move it, so you row. You learn about honor before you learn about almost anything else. Honor in Viking culture isn't some abstract concept. It's a social credit score that determines whether you live or die, whether you can make advantageous marriages, whether other families will ally with yours or see you as easy prey. Your honor can be damaged by insults, by failing to avenge wrongs done to your family, by showing cowardice in battle, by refusing a challenge, by backing down from a confrontation. Once your honor is damaged, it's almost impossible to repair. You become Niedinger, a nothing person, someone who might as well be dead. Other men can kill you with impunity. Your own family might disown you. Your existence becomes a stain on your bloodline that lasts for generations. Let's talk about what you're eating, because this is where the romanticized vision of Viking feasting crashes hard into reality. Yes, there are feasts. They happen a few times a year during major festivals. And yes, there's meat and mead, and everyone gets drunk and fights break out and people vomit on themselves. And it's all very culturally authentic. But that's maybe 10 days out of the year. The other 355 days, you're eating a diet that would make a modern nutritionist weep. Your staple food is porridge. Not the kind of porridge that comes in instant packets with dried fruit. We're talking about grain boiled in water or milk until it forms a gluey paste that has the consistency of wallpaper adhesive and roughly the same flavor profile. You'll eat this almost every single day of your life. Barley porridge, oat porridge. Sometimes, if you're lucky, porridge made from a mixture of grains that makes it slightly less monotonous. You'll eat it in the morning. You'll eat it in the evening. You'll eat it cold when there's no fuel to heat it. You'll eat it until the thought of more porridge makes you want to die. But you'll keep eating it because the alternative is starvation. The bread, when you have it, is dense and dark and made from coarsely ground flour that includes plenty of grit, because Viking Age milling technology wasn't exactly precision engineering. This grit will wear down your teeth over the years, which is part of why dental health is such a disaster in your culture. You'll be chewing bread and suddenly bite down on a small stone that was missed in the grinding process. And there goes another tooth. Protein comes from fish mostly, because you live on the coast and fish is abundant, even if it's not exciting. Dried fish, salted fish, fish preserved in whey, fish that's been buried in the ground and fermented until it achieves a smell that can clear a room. You'll eat so much fish that you'll start to smell like fish yourself, which is fine because everyone else smells like fish too. The concept of smelling good hasn't been invented yet either. Meat is for special occasions and the wealthy. Your family might slaughter a sheep or a pig a few times a year, and when they do, nothing goes to waste. The blood gets made into sausage. The organs get eaten immediately because they spoil fastest. The fat gets rendered for cooking and for making the tallow candles that provide your only light source during the dark winter months. The bones get boiled for marrow and then used to make tools. The intestines become storage containers. You use everything because wasting food is literally wasting survival. Dairy is a major part of your diet, which is great, except for the part where refrigeration hasn't been invented and milk spoils in hours during summer. So most of your dairy is consumed in fermented forms. Skyr, which is like yogurt but thicker and sourer. Various types of cheese, some fresh, most aged to the point where they develop textures and flavors that would challenge modern palates. Butter that's been preserved in peat bogs, which gives it a distinctive earthy flavor that you either love or hate. But you'll eat it anyway because calories are calories. Vegetables exist, but they're not the star of any meal. Cabbage that's been stored in the root cellar all winter and has developed an interesting sliminess. Onions and leeks that add flavor to the endless porridge. Turnips and carrots that are smaller and more bitter than their modern descendants. Wild plants gathered during the brief summer months. Nettles, sorrel, various herbs that your mother knows won't kill you. Foraging is a necessary skill because cultivated crops can fail. And when they do, the difference between knowing which plants are edible and which will poison you is the difference between life and death. Preserving food for winter is an all-consuming task that occupies most of the late summer and fall. Everything that can be dried gets dried. Everything that can be salted gets salted. Everything that can be smoked gets smoked. Fish gets hung in the rafters until it's hard as wood. Meat gets packed in salt or brine. Grains get stored in sealed containers to protect them from rats and moisture. Butter gets packed into barrels and buried in cold bogs. Your survival through the 8-month winter depends entirely on how well you execute these preservation techniques in the brief window when food is available. One mistake, one batch of meat that wasn't salted properly, one barrel of grain that got damp and moldy, and people starve. And here's the thing about this diet. It's deficient in almost everything. You're not getting enough vitamin C, which means scurvy is a real threat. You're not getting enough fresh vegetables, which means your digestion is a constant source of discomfort. You're getting plenty of parasites from undercooked pork and unwashed vegetables, which means you probably have worms. Everyone has worms. It's just accepted as part of life. Now let's discuss personal hygiene, or rather, the almost complete absence of it by modern standards. The Vikings actually had a reputation among their contemporaries for being relatively clean compared to other medieval Europeans, which tells you everything you need to know about how low the bar was set. You'll bathe maybe once a week if you're fastidious about it. More likely once every 2 weeks, or even monthly during the depths of winter when heating enough water for a bath means burning fuel you need to survive. The bath itself is not the relaxing spa experience you're imagining. It's a wooden tub if your family can afford one, or a natural hot spring if you're lucky enough to live near one, or just a quick scrub with cold water and a rag if you're not. The soap is made from animal fat and wood ash, which technically cleans but also strips your skin of every natural oil and leaves you feeling like you've been scoured with sandpaper. It smells vaguely of rancid fat because that's literally what it is. You'll share bath water with your entire family because nobody's heating multiple tubs worth of water. By the time it's your turn, if you're low in the pecking order, You're basically bathing in other people's dirt suspended in lukewarm gray water. Your hair is a constant source of problems. Long hair is a cultural standard for both men and women, and maintaining it without modern shampoo, conditioner, or detangling products is a nightmare. You'll develop lice. Not might develop them, will develop them. Everyone has lice. They're unavoidable when you live in close quarters with dozens of other people and share sleeping spaces and clothing. You'll spend hours picking nits from your hair and your children's hair and your spouse's hair in a never-ending cycle of grooming that keeps the infestation manageable but never eliminates it. Your teeth are slowly rotting in your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Vikings used twigs frayed at the end as primitive toothbrushes, which is better than nothing, but not by much. You've got no toothpaste beyond maybe some abrasive powder made from crushed shells or charcoal. You've certainly got no dentists beyond the local blacksmith who'll pull an infected tooth with pliers while you bite down on a leather strap and try not to scream. Tooth decay is universal. Tooth loss is common by your 30s. Abscessed teeth are agonizing infections that can actually kill you if they spread to your bloodstream, and they frequently do. People die from bad teeth in this era, which seems absurd until you're the one dying from sepsis that started as a cavity. The latrine situation deserves its own special circle of hell. The best-case scenario is that your settlement has a designated area downwind where people go to relieve themselves. The worst-case scenario is a bucket in the corner of the longhouse during winter when going outside means freezing. Either way, toilet paper doesn't exist. You're using leaves, moss, straw, or just your hand, and hoping there's water nearby to rinse off. The concept of washing your hands after using the latrine hasn't been connected to disease yet, so most people don't bother. This is part of why dysentery and other fecal-oral diseases are so common. Everyone's constantly sick with something intestinal. Parasites are endemic. You'll have tapeworms, roundworms, probably several species of intestinal parasites whose names won't be discovered for another 1,000 years. You can sometimes see them in your stool, which is disturbing at first, but becomes just another fact of life. Severe infestations can cause malnutrition, anemia, and developmental problems in children. But there's no effective treatment beyond occasional herbal purgatives that make you violently ill and maybe expel some of the worms before they reproduce again. Your clothing is wool because wool is what's available. Heavy wool tunics and trousers for men. Long wool dresses for women, all dyed in colors that fade quickly and weren't that vibrant to begin with. You own maybe 2 or 3 outfits total, which you wear constantly until they literally fall apart. Washing clothes is a monumental task that involves heating water, making lye soap, beating the clothes on rocks, and then hoping they dry before they mildew. In winter, wet clothes might freeze before they dry. So you wear the same clothes for weeks at a time, and they absorb sweat, smoke from the fire, fish oil, animal blood, and every other substance you encounter. The smell is formidable. Your feet are wrapped in leather shoes or boots that let in water and provide minimal insulation. In winter, your feet are always cold and usually damp. Trench foot is a real risk. Frostbite is common. You'll lose toes if you're unlucky, and plenty of people are unlucky. But you keep walking because stopping isn't an option. The longship needs rowing, the fields need tending, the animals need feeding, and your discomfort is irrelevant to the demands of survival. Winter is trying to kill you. That's not a metaphor or an exaggeration. Winter in Viking Age Scandinavia is a months-long siege where the environment is actively hostile to human life, and your survival depends on preparation, endurance, and a hefty dose of luck. The darkness comes first. By midwinter, in the far north, you're getting maybe 3 or 4 hours of twilight per day. The rest is darkness. Complete, absolute, suffocating darkness, broken only by fires and the occasional tallow candle that you can't afford to burn for long, because tallow is precious and finite. This darkness does things to your mind. Seasonal depression isn't just a modern diagnosis. It's a survival challenge when you're trapped in a smoke-filled longhouse with 30 people for months, and the sun is a distant memory. People go strange in the winter dark. Tempers fray. Fights break out over nothing. The sagas are full of winter killings, feuds that start because someone insulted someone else during a long, dark evening. And suddenly axes are being swung and people are dying. The cold is relentless. This isn't the cold of a modern winter where you can just turn up the thermostat or put on another sweater. This is the cold that kills. Your longhouse has a central fire that burns constantly, and it's still not enough. The smoke from this fire has nowhere to go except up through a hole in the roof, which means it fills the upper portions of the building before slowly escaping. You breathe smoke all winter long. Your eyes burn, your lungs burn. You develop a chronic cough that everyone has and everyone ignores, because what else can you do? The walls of the longhouse are wood and turf, which provide some insulation, but not much. Frost forms on the inside of the walls. Your breath condenses and freezes. You sleep under piles of furs and wool blankets with your entire family huddled together for warmth, and you're still cold. Your fingers and toes go numb. You learn to sleep through the discomfort because sleep is the only escape from the grinding misery of winter. Food becomes scarce. All those preserved stores you worked so hard to put away in the fall are diminishing week by week. You ration carefully because running out means starvation, and starvation means death. The meals get smaller. The porridge gets thinner. You start mixing in things that aren't quite food, stretching the grain with sawdust or ground bark to make it last longer. It tastes awful and provides minimal nutrition, but it fills the stomach and tricks the body into thinking it's eaten. Children cry from hunger. Old people who are already weak start to waste away. The thralls get even less than the free people, and some of them don't survive until spring. Nobody talks about it. Their bodies get buried in the frozen ground when the thaw comes, assuming anyone remembers to do it. Disease spreads through the longhouse like wildfire. When one person gets sick, everyone gets sick. There's no quarantine, no isolation, no concept of contagion. You're all breathing the same smoke-filled air, sharing the same spaces, using the same utensils, sleeping in the same areas. Respiratory infections spread from person to person. Stomach bugs make everyone vomit and develop diarrhea simultaneously, which is as horrible as it sounds when you're all trapped inside together. Fevers burn through the population. Some people recover, some people don't. The ones who don't get wrapped in cloth and stored in an outbuilding until the ground thaws enough to dig graves. Childbirth in winter is a death sentence more often than not. Women die in labor at alarming rates anyway. But in winter, with the cold and the poor nutrition and the prevalence of disease, the mortality rate skyrockets. Babies die from the cold even when they survive the birth itself. Keeping an infant warm enough to survive when the longhouse is barely above freezing is almost impossible. They're wrapped in every scrap of fabric available and kept near the fire. But sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes they just quietly stop breathing in the night, and the mother wakes to find a small, cold body in her arms. The grief is real, but it's also practical. Another mouth that doesn't need feeding. More resources for the children who might actually survive. Nobody says this out loud, but everyone thinks it. The winter festivals are attempts to combat the darkness and despair. You celebrate the winter solstice because it marks the moment when the days start getting longer again, even if imperceptibly. There's feasting with whatever food can be spared, which isn't much. There's drinking, lots of drinking, because getting drunk is one of the few pleasures available. There's storytelling, the skalds reciting the old sagas and composing new verses about recent events. This is your entertainment. This is your connection to your culture. This is how you remember that spring exists and will come again, probably. By the time you're 16, you're expected to be a fully functional member of the warrior class. This means you've been training with weapons for a decade. You can row for hours without collapsing. You understand the basic tactics of shield wall combat. And you're ready to go on your first raid. Let's be absolutely clear about what a raid actually is, because the sagas make it sound glorious and the reality is considerably grimmer. A raid is organized theft backed by violence. You and several dozen other men pile into a long ship, row or sail to a target that can't adequately defend itself, kill anyone who resists, take everything of value, and leave. Monasteries are popular targets because they're wealthy, poorly defended, and full of people who've taken vows of non-violence. You're going to kill monks. You're going to kill priests. You're going to steal religious artifacts and melt them down for the precious metals. You're going to burn buildings and terrorize civilians. This is your job. This is how you prove yourself. This is how you acquire wealth in a society where there's no stock market, no savings accounts, no legitimate paths to prosperity beyond inheriting land or taking things from people weaker than you. The violence is intimate and brutal. You're not firing arrows from a distance or operating siege weapons. You're swinging an axe at another human being's head. You're feeling the impact travel up your arm as the blade bites into flesh and bone. You're watching blood spray and listening to screaming and smelling the distinctive odor of opened bodies, which is somehow both familiar and alien, like butchering an animal, but worse because the animal doesn't beg. Your first kill will probably haunt you. Not in the way it might haunt a modern person, because your culture doesn't have the same taboos around violence. But there's still a psychological barrier to overcome when you end another human life. The first time you see the light go out of someone's eyes, because you put it there, something changes in you. Most men get over it. Some men never do. The ones who can't handle it become farmers or craftsmen, or they drink themselves to death. The ones who can handle it become career warriors. You'll quickly discover that you're one or the other. The loot is the whole point of the exercise. You're not raiding for glory or honor, though those are nice side benefits. You're raiding for silver, for gold, for jewelry, for weapons, for cloth, for anything that can be sold or traded or melted down. You're also raiding for slaves. Captured enemies, especially women and children, are valuable commodities. They'll be brought back to Scandinavia and sold in slave markets or kept as thralls for your household. This is understood and accepted. Nobody questions it. Human beings are property, if you can capture them and keep them. The voyage itself is an ordeal that tests your endurance. Longships are engineering marvels, but they're not comfortable. You're exposed to the elements completely. When waves crash over the side, you get soaked. When it rains, you get soaked. When spray blows back from the bow, you get soaked. There's no cabin, no shelter, no place to escape the weather. You row in shifts, trading off between rowing and bailing because the ship is always taking on water, and if you stop bailing, you'll sink. You sleep on the deck when you can, wrapped in a cloak that's usually damp, using your sea chest as a pillow, listening to the waves and hoping the weather holds. Storms are a constant threat. The North Sea doesn't care about your raiding schedule. When a storm hits, you're fighting for survival. The ship pitches and rolls. Men fall overboard and drown. The sail, if you've raised it, can tear or the mast can break. You bail frantically while the helmsman tries to keep the bow pointed into the waves, because if the ship turns broadside, you're done. People vomit from seasickness. People pray to Thor and Odin and any god who might be listening. People make desperate promises they'll never keep if they survive. Some ships don't survive. The seafloor is littered with Viking longships and the skeletons of their crews. You'll know men who sailed out one spring and never came back. Their families will wait and hope and eventually accept that they're gone. There's no rescue mission. There's no Coast Guard. There's just the sea taking what it wants and the survivors learning to live with the loss. Navigation is part skill and part luck. You navigate by the sun during the day and the stars at night, assuming you can see them through the clouds. You follow coastlines when possible. You use landmarks, seabirds, watercolor, and wind patterns. Experienced navigators develop an almost supernatural sense for direction, but even they make mistakes. Shield wall combat is where most Viking warriors will fight and die. And it's nothing like the movies show you. The shield wall is a formation where men stand shoulder to shoulder, shields overlapping, creating a continuous barrier. Behind this barrier, you're relatively safe. In front of it, you're exposed and vulnerable. The entire dynamic of Viking Age warfare revolves around maintaining your shield wall while breaking the enemies. Sounds simple. It's not. Your shield is round, made of wood, maybe 2 or 3 feet in diameter, with a metal boss in the center to protect your hand. It weighs anywhere from 10 to 20 pounds, depending on construction. And you'll be holding it up for hours. Your arm will scream with fatigue. Your shoulder will burn. Your hand will cramp around the grip until your fingers lock and you can't release, even if you wanted to. But you don't release, because the moment your shield drops, someone puts a spear through your face. The man to your right is protecting your right side with his shield. You're protecting the man to your left. This creates a mutual dependency that's absolute. If the man next to you breaks and runs, you're suddenly exposed on that side. If you break and run, you expose him. The shield wall only works if everyone holds. One coward can collapse an entire line, which is why cowardice is punished so severely in Viking culture. It's not just about personal honor. It's about the survival of everyone in the formation. Combat in the shield wall is exhausting, terrifying, and oddly boring all at the same time. You stand there, pressed against the men around you, breathing their sweat and fear, listening to the enemy do the same thing 20 feet away. Then someone decides it's time and both walls advance. The impact when shield walls collide is tremendous. Bodies slam together. Shields crack against the shields. Men are knocked off their feet. The front ranks are crushed between the walls, barely able to breathe, certainly unable to fight effectively. You push, that's most of the battle. Just pushing. Trying to drive the enemy back, to create enough space to use your weapon, to break their cohesion. The second and third ranks push against the backs of the front rank, adding their weight to the shoving match. It's more like rugby than anything Hollywood has shown you. The killing happens in the gaps and breaks. When the shield walls open up slightly, when men tire and the formation loosens, that's when weapons come into play. Spears thrust over the tops of shields or between them. Axes hook shields and pull them down, exposing the man behind. Swords, if you're wealthy enough to own one, are used more for slashing at exposed legs and arms than for the dramatic dueling the sagas describe. Everything is quick, opportunistic, brutal. You're looking for any opening, any mistake, any moment of weakness. The noise is overwhelming. Men are screaming war cries, insults, prayers. Shields are banging together. Weapons are striking wood and metal and flesh. The wounded are howling. Your own heart is pounding so loud you can hear it in your ears. Your breathing sounds like a bellows. Someone vomits from fear and the smell adds to everything else. You're terrified, but you can't show it because the man next to you is watching, and fear is contagious in a shield wall. The smell is unforgettable. Sweat and leather and metal and blood and fear and the distinctive odor of opened bowels, because men lose control of their functions when they die violently. In summer, fights in the sun, you're also smelling unwashed bodies that have been marching for days. The heat is stifling inside the press of bodies. Men collapse from heat exhaustion before they ever take a wound. Injuries in shield wall combat are devastating. A spear through the leg means you're crippled for life if you survive. An axe to the arm means amputation, which means slow death from infection. A sword cut that opens your belly means you're going to spend the next few hours dying in agony, while your intestines spill out and nothing can be done, except maybe giving you enough alcohol to dull the pain before you bleed out. There's no field medicine beyond binding wounds and hoping for the best. The shield wall breaks eventually. One side's cohesion fails before the others. Men start backing up. The backward step becomes a retreat. The retreat becomes a rout. And once men are running, they die. Running men can't defend themselves. The pursuing side cuts them down from behind, which is why most casualties happen after the battle is decided, not during the actual fighting. The side that wins is the side that maintains cohesion longest. The side that loses is the side that breaks first. You survive by being part of the winning side. You don't control this through individual prowess. You control it by holding your position, supporting your neighbor, and being one reliable piece of a larger mechanism that either functions or fails as a unit. Medical care in the Viking Age is where any remaining romantic illusions go to die a slow, septic death. There are no doctors in the modern sense. There are people who've learned some herbal remedies and basic wound treatment through trial and error. But calling them medical professionals would be generous. Your mother probably knows more about treating injuries than anyone else you'll meet. And her knowledge consists of things like which plants reduce fever and how to pack a wound with moss to slow bleeding. That's it. That's your healthcare system. Infections are a death sentence that just takes time to execute. You take a sword cut to the arm during a raid. It's not even that deep, maybe a few inches. You bind it with cloth and keep fighting because stopping means dying. Later, after the raid, someone pours alcohol on it, which burns like fire and doesn't actually disinfect it effectively. You bind it again with relatively clean cloth and hope for the best. Hope is not a medical strategy, but it's all you have. The wound gets infected because of course it does. The cloth wasn't really clean, the battlefield was filthy. The sword that cut you had been used to kill other people and was covered in all sorts of biological material. Within a few days, the wound is red and swollen and leaking pus. It hurts more than when you first got it. Your arm feels hot to the touch. You develop a fever. Your family gives you willow bark tea, which contains a compound similar to aspirin and actually does help with the fever and pain. But it doesn't cure the infection. Nothing cures the infection. The infection spreads. Red lines run up your arm from the wound, tracking the infection as it moves through your lymphatic system toward your heart. You're delirious now, burning with fever, barely conscious. Your family has done everything they know how to do. They've prayed to the gods. They've given you every herb that might help. They've changed your bandages and tried to drain the wound. None of it matters because you need antibiotics, and antibiotics won't be discovered for another 1,000 years. You die. Your family grieves. Your death gets attributed to fate or the will of the gods, or just bad luck. Nobody understands that the infection was caused by bacteria, that it could have been prevented with proper wound care, that it could have been cured with medication that will eventually exist, but doesn't exist now. You just died from a cut that modern medicine could fix with a prescription and a week of pills. Broken bones are another nightmare scenario. If you break an arm or leg, the best case outcome is that someone who set bones before tries to align the break properly and then immobilizes it with splints and bindings. If they do this correctly and the break is clean, you might heal with full function. More likely, the bone sets crooked, or doesn't set at all, or sets with a permanent shortening that leaves you with one leg shorter than the other. You walk with a limp for the rest of your life. You can't row effectively anymore. Your value as a warrior is gone. Your social status drops. You become a cripple, which is a separate category of person in Viking society. Someone who can't fully participate in the physical demands of daily life. Compound fractures, where the bone breaks through the skin, are effectively death sentences. The wound will get infected. The infection will spread. You'll die in agony over the course of days or weeks. Sometimes, if someone is merciful, they'll give you enough alcohol to pass out, and then they'll slit your throat to spare you the prolonged suffering. This is considered kindness. Internal injuries are invisible death sentences. You take a blow to the abdomen during a fight. Doesn't break the skin, but something inside ruptures. Maybe it's your spleen, maybe it's your liver, maybe it's your intestines. You don't know because you can't see inside your body. You feel pain, but you don't know why. Over the next hours or days, you get worse. Your abdomen swells. You vomit blood. Your skin turns yellow. You die. Nobody knows why. They attribute it to the injury, but they don't understand the mechanism. Internal bleeding, organ failure, peritonitis. These are concepts that don't exist yet. Childbirth kills women at horrific rates. Something goes wrong during labor. Maybe the baby is positioned incorrectly. Maybe the mother's pelvis is too small. Maybe there's excessive bleeding. The midwife does what she can. which isn't much. She can try to turn the baby, but without modern techniques or knowledge of anatomy, she's mostly guessing. She can try to stop bleeding with pressure and herbal preparations, but if a major vessel ruptures, the mother bleeds out. Sometimes they make the choice to save the baby by cutting it out of the dying mother. Sometimes they can't save either. The infant mortality rate is somewhere around 30 to 40%. Almost half of children born don't make it to adulthood. The legal system in Viking society is fascinating and also completely insane by modern standards. There are no police. There are no courts in the sense you understand them. There are no prisons for long-term incarceration. Justice is a combination of public assembly, social pressure, financial compensation, and good old-fashioned blood feuds. When someone wrongs you, you have options. You can challenge them to a duel, which we'll get to in a minute. You can demand compensation at the thing, which is the local assembly where legal matters are settled. Or you can just kill them and deal with the consequences, which might include their family killing you in return, thus perpetuating a cycle of violence that can last for generations. The thing is where legal cases get heard. It's an outdoor assembly that happens at designated times and places. Everyone who's considered a free man can attend and participate. Women and thralls, notably, cannot. The proceedings are public and social pressure plays a huge role in outcomes. If you're well-liked and respected, you'll probably get a favorable verdict. If you're not, even a legitimate grievance might go against you. There's no presumption of innocence. There's no burden of proof beyond what people are willing to swear to. Oaths are serious business in Viking culture. You swear an oath on your honor and the honor of your family. If you're caught lying, you become Nidingur, the nothing person whose life is forfeit. So most people don't casually lie under oath. But they'll bend the truth, shade the facts, present their version of events in the most favorable light possible. Witnesses testify. But witness credibility is based on social standing rather than actual knowledge of events. A wealthy jarl's word carries more weight than a poor farmer's word, regardless of who actually saw what happened. Compensation for crimes is calculated in complex ways based on the severity of the offense and the social standing of the people involved. Kill a thrall. That's property damage. Pay the owner the replacement cost and maybe a little extra for the inconvenience. Kill a free farmer. That's more serious. You might owe Vergild, a payment to the dead man's family that's substantial enough to hurt but not necessarily destroy you financially. Kill a jarl or someone of high birth. You're probably going to die unless your family is powerful enough to negotiate terms. Outlawry is the ultimate punishment for crimes that can't be resolved through compensation. Being declared an outlaw means you're outside the protection of the law. Anyone can kill you with impunity. Your property is forfeit. Your family can't help you without becoming outlaws themselves. You have to leave the community and find somewhere else to go, assuming you survive the journey. Some outlaws fled to Iceland or Greenland, which is partly how those places got settled. Others just died alone in the wilderness. Holmgang is the formalized duel for settling disputes. If you and another man can't resolve your differences through negotiation or the thing, you can challenge each other to Holmgang. This is combat on a designated piece of ground, usually on a small island or marked-off area. There are rules. Each man gets 3 shields. You fight until someone yields, is disabled, or dies. Yielding means you acknowledge the other man was right, and you owe him compensation. Being disabled means you probably die from your injuries later. Dying means you lost definitively. Holmgang is supposed to be a last resort, but in practice it's used fairly often because Viking culture values direct action and personal courage. Refusing a Holmgang challenge is social death. You're branded a coward. Your honor is destroyed. Your family's honor suffers. You become a joke, a cautionary tale, someone nobody wants to associate with. So even if you know you're going to lose, even if the other man is a better fighter, you accept the challenge because the alternative is worse than death. The problem with this system is that it favors the strong over the just. A skilled fighter can essentially do whatever he wants because he can challenge anyone who objects to Holmgang and win. This creates a might makes right dynamic where justice is less about fairness and more about who can back up their claims with violence. Blood feuds are the natural consequence of a legal system based on personal vengeance. Someone from Family A kills someone from Family B. Family B retaliates by killing someone from Family A. Family A retaliates against that retaliation. This cycle continues for years, sometimes generations. Entire family lines can be wiped out. The sagas are full of these feuds, presenting them as dramatic and heroic. The reality is that blood feuds are a constant source of instability and death that everybody participates in, because the alternative is being seen as weak. Some feuds are eventually settled through negotiation and compensation. Others end when one family is completely destroyed. There's no higher authority to appeal to, no way to break the cycle except through more violence or exhaustion. Religion in Viking society is not the neat, organized system that later Christianity becomes. It's a chaotic mix of gods, spirits, superstition, and practical considerations that permeates every aspect of your life. You worship the Aesir, the main pantheon of Norse gods. But you're never quite sure which god to pray to for which problem, or whether they're listening, or whether they even care about your specific situation. The gods are not benevolent. This is important to understand. They're powerful, they're interested in human affairs, but they're not particularly concerned with human welfare. Odin wants brave warriors for Ragnarok, so he's pleased when you die in battle. Thor protects against giants and maintains cosmic order, but he's not going to help you with your dental problems. Freya and Freyr deal with fertility and prosperity, which is useful. But again, they're not running a charity. You make offerings and hope for the best. Sacrifice is constant and varied. You sacrifice animals, which are valuable resources you can't really afford to lose. But you do it anyway, because angering the gods is worse. Horses are particularly prestigious sacrifices because horses are expensive. The sacrifice involves killing the animal, offering portions to the gods by burning them or leaving them at sacred sites, and then eating the rest because wasting food is unacceptable even in a religious context. Human sacrifice happens, not frequently, but it happens. Criminals, slaves, sometimes volunteers who believe they'll go straight to Valhalla. The methods are brutal because Viking religion doesn't do gentle. Hanging, stabbing, drowning, sometimes combinations of all three. These sacrifices are usually during major crises or important festivals, times when you need the gods' attention and regular animal sacrifices might not be enough. The cosmology is complex and nobody fully agrees on all the details. You've got the world tree, Yggdrasil, connecting 9 realms. You've got Midgard, where humans live. You've got Asgard, where the gods live. You've got Helheim, where the dishonorable dead go. You've got various giant realms, dwarf realms, elf realms. The specifics are fuzzy because this religion doesn't have sacred texts or centralized doctrine. It's oral tradition passed down through generations, varying from region to region, changing as it goes. Death is complicated. If you die in battle, you might go to Valhalla, where you fight all day and feast all night in preparation for Ragnarok. This is the best possible afterlife for a warrior. If you die of old age or disease or any non-combat related cause, you probably go to Helheim, which is not hell in the Christian sense, but it's not great either. It's a cold, dreary existence that's better than not existing, but not by much. If you drown at sea, you might go to Rand's Hall at the bottom of the ocean. The uncertainty about what happens after death is genuine and concerning. The pressure to die in battle is intense. You're getting older, you know your death is coming eventually, and you desperately want it to be in combat so you can go to Valhalla. But you can't just throw yourself onto enemy swords, because dying stupidly doesn't count. You need to die bravely, fighting hard, doing your duty. This creates a perverse incentive where old warriors sometimes seek out dangerous situations, hoping to die the right way. Some succeed. Others just get injured and die slowly from infections, which gets them sent to Helheim instead. Fate is absolute and unchangeable. The Norns, 3 female figures, control the fates of all beings, including gods. What they've woven cannot be unwoven. This creates a fatalistic worldview where you're simultaneously responsible for your actions and powerless to change your ultimate destiny. You fight hard because that's what honor demands. But you also know that if you're fated to die today, all the skill in the world won't save you. This could be liberating or paralyzing depending on your personality. Magic exists and is treated with deep suspicion. Seder, the practice of magic associated with Freya, is powerful but shameful for men to practice. It's considered ergi, unmanly, because it involves manipulation and trickery rather than direct confrontation. Women can practice Seder without losing social standing, but men who practice it are suspected of sexual deviance and cowardice. This doesn't stop some men from doing it anyway, but they keep it quiet. Runes are magical and practical. They're a writing system, but they're also power symbols. The right combination of runes carved in the right way can bring luck, curse enemies, heal wounds, calm storms. Probably. The effectiveness is questionable, but everyone acts like they work, so you do too. Better to carve protective runes on your weapons and armor than not to, and then die wondering if the runes would have helped. Omens are everywhere, and interpreting them is a constant occupation. Birds flying in certain patterns, dreams, unusual weather, the way smoke moves from the fire. All of these mean something if you know how to read them. The problem is that nobody really knows how to read them consistently. Let's talk about what you're actually wearing into battle, because Hollywood has lied to you extensively about Viking armor. The iconic horned helmet never existed. That's a romantic invention from the 1800s. Real Viking helmets are simple, practical, and extremely rare because they're expensive. Most warriors don't own helmets. You probably don't own a helmet. What you own is a leather cap, maybe reinforced with metal strips if you're lucky, that provides minimal protection against anything more serious than a glancing blow. A direct hit to the head with an axe and you're dead, helmet or no helmet. But at least you tried. Mail armor, the linked metal rings that actually provide decent protection, is so expensive that only jarls and successful career warriors can afford it. A single mail shirt represents hundreds of hours of skilled labor. The rings have to be individually forged, linked, and riveted. It's slow, tedious, precision work that can't be rushed. If your family owns a mail shirt, it's been passed down for generations, and it's probably one of the most valuable things you own. It gets maintained obsessively because replacing it is effectively impossible. Most warriors wear padded cloth or leather armor. This is layers of thick wool or linen sewn together, sometimes with leather over the top. It provides some protection against cuts and helps absorb impact. But it's not going to stop a determined thrust with a spear or a full-force axe blow. What it does is increase your chances of surviving minor wounds, and maybe turning a lethal hit into just a serious injury. That's worth something. Your shield is your primary defense, and it's going to take a beating. Shields are made from wood, usually linden or poplar. Light enough to hold for extended periods, but strong enough to block weapons. The shield is round, maybe 30 inches across, with a metal boss in the center protecting your hand. You can bash with a boss, which is an effective technique for creating space in close combat. The shield has a leather covering and is sometimes painted with colors and patterns that identify your family or region. This shield will not survive many battles. It gets hacked apart, split, cracked. You'll go through multiple shields in a fighting career, each one handmade by someone with carpentry skills. Weapons are personal and precious. If you own a sword, you've named it. Swords have names because they're that valuable and that important. Most warriors can't afford swords. The amount of quality iron required and the skill needed to forge a blade that won't snap in combat makes swords luxury items. What you probably own is an axe, which is much more affordable and arguably more practical. Viking axes are designed for both fighting and utility work. You can use the same axe to split skulls and chop firewood, which is economically efficient if not emotionally healthy. Spears are common and effective. A spear gives you reach, which is a huge advantage in combat. You can thrust from behind your shield. You can throw it if you need a ranged attack. And spears are relatively cheap to produce. The downside is that spear shafts break. You'll carry multiple spears if you can, knowing that the first one probably won't last the entire battle. Saxes, large knives that are somewhere between a dagger and a short sword, are universal. Everyone owns a sax because everyone needs a knife for daily tasks. It's a utility tool that doubles as a last resort weapon. If you've lost your primary weapon and your shield is destroyed and you're still alive somehow, you pull out your sax and hope for the best. The quality of your equipment directly correlates to your survival chances and your social standing. Show up to a battle with good armor, a sword, a proper helmet, and people know you're either wealthy or successful at raiding or both. Show up with a wooden shield, a hand axe, and cloth armor, and people know you're poor. The equipment gap between a well-equipped warrior and a poorly equipped one is enormous. The rich warrior has better protection, better weapons, better chances of surviving. The poor warrior has to be twice as skilled just to have equal odds. This creates a feedback loop where success in battle leads to better equipment, which leads to more success, which leads to better equipment. Failure in battle leads to death, obviously, but even surviving unsuccessfully means you can't afford to upgrade your gear, which means your chances in the next battle are worse. Maintaining your equipment is a constant task. Leather needs oiling or it cracks. Wood needs treatment or it rots. Metal needs cleaning or it rusts. You spend hours maintaining your gear because your life depends on it. A rusty sword is a broken sword waiting to happen. A rotted shield is no shield at all. A piece of mail with broken links is a vulnerability waiting to be exploited. You check everything obsessively before every battle because discovering an equipment failure during combat is a good way to die. The social hierarchy in Viking society is rigid, complex, and absolutely determines your life trajectory. You're born into a class, and you'll almost certainly die in that class. Social mobility exists theoretically, but in practice it's rare and difficult. At the top are the jarls, the nobility who own large amounts of land and command the loyalty of many warriors. They live in bigger longhouses, they own more slaves, they have better equipment. They make the decisions that affect everyone else. A jarl's word is law in his territory. Cross a jarl and you're facing outlawry or death. Serve a jarl well and you might gain land, wealth, status, the ability to improve your family's position. The relationship between a jarl and his warriors is reciprocal, but not equal. The jarl provides land, protection, opportunities for raiding and wealth acquisition. The warriors provide military service, loyalty, and labor. It's a feudal arrangement before feudalism has a name. You swear oaths to your jarl. These oaths are binding in a way modern people struggle to understand. Breaking an oath doesn't just damage your reputation, it damages your very soul according to Viking belief. Oath breakers are the lowest form of life, worse than thralls, because thralls never had honor to lose. Below the jarls are the carls, free farmers who own their land and have rights under law. This is probably your class. You're not wealthy, but you're not property. You can speak at the thing, you can own weapons, you can participate in raids if you want to risk it. You work your land, raise your family, pay whatever tributes or taxes your jarl demands, and try to accumulate enough wealth to make your children's lives slightly better than yours. It's a grinding existence, but it's yours. The amount of work required to maintain a functioning farm in Viking-age Scandinavia is staggering. You're plowing fields with primitive tools and animal power. You're planting and harvesting by hand. You're managing livestock that require constant attention. You're repairing buildings and tools and fences and boats. You're fishing and hunting to supplement your diet. You're processing and preserving food for winter. You're doing all of this with medieval technology and hoping that nothing goes catastrophically wrong, because one bad harvest can mean starvation. Women in the Carl class have their own sphere of power and responsibility. While men are off raiding or fighting or conducting business, women run the household and farm. They manage the thralls, organize the food preservation, handle the finances, make crucial decisions about resource allocation. A competent wife is as valuable as good land. The keys to the household storage hang from her belt, and those keys represent real authority. She controls access to food, to supplies, to wealth. Disrespecting the lady of the house is a good way to find yourself on the wrong end of social ostracism. Below the carls are the thralls, slaves who have no rights and no legal personhood. They're property. You can beat them, sell them, kill them, and face no legal consequences as long as they're your property. If you damage someone else's thrall, that's property damage, and you owe compensation to the owner, not to the thrall. The thrall's opinion on the matter is irrelevant. Thralls come from multiple sources. Some are born into slavery, children of thralls who inherit their parents' status. Some are prisoners of war, captured during raids and brought back to serve. Some are criminals who've been enslaved as punishment. Some are people who sold themselves into slavery to pay debts, which is a desperate move, but sometimes preferable to death. Once you're a thrall, escaping is nearly impossible. Where do you go? How do you survive? Everyone knows you're a thrall by your appearance, your lack of resources, your inability to defend yourself legally. Runaway thralls who are caught face brutal punishment to discourage others from trying. The treatment of thralls varies by owner. Some owners are relatively humane by Viking standards, treating thralls as valuable investments to be maintained. Feed them adequately, don't beat them excessively, let them marry and have families. Other owners are cruel, working thralls to death and replacing them from the constant supply of new captives. There's no oversight, no protection, no appeals process. A thrall's life is entirely at the mercy of their owner's temperament. Between the main classes are various gradations and special categories. Freed thralls who've been manumitted, but still carry the social stain of having been slaves. Landless freemen who technically have rights but no economic base. Craftsmen who provide specialized services and occupy an ambiguous social position. The system is complicated enough that disputes about status are common and sometimes deadly. Your position in this hierarchy affects everything. Who you can marry, what legal protections you have, whether people listen when you speak, what opportunities are available to your children. The hierarchy isn't just economic, it's existential. Marriage in Viking society is a business transaction with romantic elements occasionally attached as a bonus. Love is nice when it happens, but it's not the point. Marriage is about alliances, property, children, and economic survival. Your parents will arrange your marriage, probably when you're in your mid to late teens for women, early 20s for men. They'll negotiate with other families to find a match that benefits both sides. What does each family bring to the arrangement? Land, livestock, trade connections, warrior alliances, blacksmithing skills, access to ships, whatever resources are relevant. The bride price, paid by the groom's family to the bride's family, is a major component of the arrangement. This is not buying the bride like a thrall. It's compensation for the loss of her labor and a demonstration that the groom's family has the resources to support her. The amount is negotiated carefully, and everyone knows what it signifies. A high bride price indicates the bride is valuable, either through her family's status or her personal skills. A low bride price suggests desperation on someone's part. The bride brings a dowry, property, and goods that remain hers even after marriage. This is her insurance policy. If the marriage ends in divorce, which is allowed in Viking society, she takes her dowry with her. If her husband dies, the dowry helps support her and her children. A woman's dowry is serious property that her husband cannot sell or dispose of without her permission. The keys on her belt unlock chests containing her dowry goods, and those keys symbolize her legal and economic independence within the marriage. The wedding itself is a multi-day affair involving feasting, drinking, religious rituals, and public consummation of the marriage. That last part is not a joke. The couple is expected to consummate the marriage, and witnesses confirm that it happened. This seems invasive because it is invasive, but it serves a legal purpose. An unconsummated marriage can be annulled. Public confirmation that consummation occurred protects both parties legally. The marriage is now binding and legitimate, and any children are undeniably legitimate heirs. Your spouse becomes your economic partner, your co-manager of household resources, the person you'll spend every winter trapped in a longhouse with for the next 20 or 30 years, assuming you both live that long. Compatibility helps, but it's not required. Many couples develop genuine affection over time through shared hardship and common purpose. Others maintain a functional working relationship without particular warmth. Some marriages are miserable, and everyone knows it. But divorce is socially complicated, even when it's legally allowed. Divorce can be initiated by either spouse for specific reasons. Adultery, obviously. Incompetence at managing household responsibilities. Physical abuse beyond the accepted norm, which tells you something about what abuse is considered normal. Cross-dressing, which is considered a serious violation of gender norms. Impotence or sterility, because children are essential. The process involves public declaration at the thing, division of property, and often significant social drama as both families take sides. Children complicate everything. Who gets custody? How is child support arranged? What happens to the family alliances that the marriage created? Women generally retain custody of young children, but boys are often claimed by the father's family once they're old enough for warrior training. Girls might stay with their mother or go to their father depending on which family can better provide dowries for their eventual marriages. The property division favors the wife slightly because she keeps her dowry and usually gets a share of jointly accumulated wealth. But the husband keeps the land and buildings. Remarriage is common and expected, especially for young widows or divorcees. Staying single is not really an option unless you're independently wealthy. You need a spouse to run a household efficiently. The economic benefits of marriage are too significant to forego. But your choices for remarriage might be limited by your reputation, your age, your remaining resources, and the political situation of your family. Polygamy is theoretically possible but rare in practice, because maintaining multiple wives requires substantial resources. Only wealthy men can afford it, and even then, it often creates household conflict. Multiple wives competing for resources and status, children with different mothers vying for inheritance. The whole arrangement tends toward drama. Most men are satisfied with one wife because one wife is expensive enough. Concubinage is more common than polygamy. A man might have a wife and also maintain relationships with thralls or lower status women. The children from these relationships are acknowledged, but they don't have the same inheritance rights as legitimate children. This creates a permanent underclass of bastard children who know their father but can't claim his name or property. Some fathers support their illegitimate children generously. Others ignore them completely. The legal and social distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children is absolute and unchangeable. Trading is the other side of Viking economic life, the supposedly peaceful alternative to raiding. In reality, trading and raiding often blend together depending on what you can get away with. You arrive at a trading settlement, assess their defenses, and if they look weak, you raid them. If they look strong, you trade with them. It's pragmatic economics backed by the constant, implicit threat of violence. The major trading routes run from Scandinavia down through Russia to Constantinople, across the Baltic Sea to what will become Germany and Poland, and west to Britain and Ireland. Vikings travel these routes in merchant ships that are wider and deeper than war longships, designed to carry cargo rather than warriors. Though of course you're bringing warriors anyway, because undefended merchant ships are targets for pirates who are often other Vikings. The goods you're trading are varied and valuable. Furs from the frozen north, walrus ivory, amber from Baltic beaches, slaves, honey, wax, falcons for wealthy nobles who practice falconry. In return, you're acquiring silver, which is the universal currency of the Viking world. Silver can be Arabic coins, Byzantine coins, hacked up pieces of jewelry, anything that weighs correctly and passes the purity test. Weight and purity are all that matter. The artistic value is irrelevant, which is why Vikings cut up beautiful artifacts to use as currency. Silver is measured in marks and ounces using portable scales that every trader carries. You weigh the silver, test its purity by cutting it to verify it's not a base metal core with a silver coating, and then complete the transaction. Cheating is common. Diluted silver, altered weights, creative accounting. You have to be constantly vigilant or you'll get robbed without anyone drawing a weapon. Trading towns are cosmopolitan in ways that rural Scandinavia is not. You encounter people from Byzantium, Arabia, the Slavic territories, Western Europe. Different languages, different religions, different customs, all mixing together in pursuit of profit. These are places where Christians and Muslims and Norse pagans do business together because money transcends religious differences. The personal prejudices remain, but they're set aside during trading hours. The diversity also means disease. Trading towns are disease vectors where illnesses from different regions meet and exchange. You arrive healthy and leave with a respiratory infection from someone who traveled from Constantinople. Or you pick up dysentery from contaminated water that serves 1,000 transient visitors. Or you contract something worse, something that will kill you slowly on the journey home. Medical knowledge doesn't include germ theory, so nobody understands why trading towns make you sick. They just know that they do. Slavery is a major trade good, and nobody questions it. You sell captured enemies, you buy slaves for your household, or to resell at profit. You trade in human beings the same way. You trade in furs or amber. The slave markets are public and brutal. Potential buyers examine slaves like livestock, checking teeth, testing strength, looking for signs of disease or defects. The slaves are displayed naked or near naked to prove they're healthy. Children are separated from parents. Families are broken up based on who's willing to pay what price. It's efficient and horrible and completely normalized. The wealth disparity in trading towns is stark. Successful merchants live in relative luxury with permanent wooden buildings, imported goods, metal currency to flash around. Failed traders, or those just starting out, sleep on their ships or in cheap communal housing, eating poorly, one bad deal away from ruin. The gap between success and failure is measured in silver weight and the quality of your trade goods. Violence in trading towns is theoretically prohibited because violence is bad for business. In practice, it's regulated rather than eliminated. Disputes are settled through the local version of legal assemblies. Compensation is paid for injuries. The wealthy can afford to hire bodyguards and enforcers. The poor are vulnerable to exploitation and have limited recourse. The local rulers maintain order through the threat of force, but they're not interested in justice. They're interested in keeping trade flowing because they collect taxes on transactions. Those taxes make them wealthy enough to maintain the force necessary to keep order. It's a self-reinforcing system. The linguistic challenges of international trade are handled through a combination of interpreters, hand signals, and simplified trading languages that develop naturally. You learn enough Arabic or Slavic or whatever to conduct basic negotiations. Numbers, quality terms. Yes, no, the price is too high. This is my final offer. You don't need philosophical discussions. You need to exchange goods for silver and not get cheated too badly in the process. The cultural exchange that happens through trade is significant even if nobody's thinking about it in those terms. You see how other people live, what they value, what they consider normal. You bring back stories about the massive cities of the South, the strange customs of foreign lands, the incredible wealth of distant empires. These stories spread through Scandinavia, creating a worldview that's broader than it would be otherwise. Some young Vikings become fascinated with foreign cultures and end up settling abroad. Berserkers are real, but they're not the superhuman warriors Hollywood portrays. They're men who fight in an altered state, possibly through drugs, possibly through psychological conditioning, possibly through legitimate religious ecstasy, possibly through mental illness that's been weaponized. The Old Norse word berserker might mean bear shirt, suggesting they wore bear skins into battle. Or it might mean bear shirt, suggesting they fought without armor. The etymology is debated. What's not debated is that berserkers were considered both valuable and terrifying. Warriors who fought with reckless abandon and no apparent regard for their own safety. The berserker rage is described in the sagas as a transformation. The warrior becomes immune to pain, impossibly strong, incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. He foams at the mouth, howls, bites his shield, enters a state where nothing matters except killing. This sounds like a useful weapon to have on your side until you realize that an ally who can't tell you from the enemy is a liability as much as an asset. Berserkers were typically deployed at the start of battles, sent in to break enemy formations through sheer psychological terror. Facing a man who seems immune to pain and is actively trying to die while taking you with him is unsettling. Modern opponents might have training to handle this. Medieval opponents often broke and ran, which is the strategic value of berserkers. One or two berserkers creating chaos can collapse an enemy shield wall that was otherwise holding firm. The downside is that after the battle, you're dealing with warriors coming down from whatever state they were in. Some berserkers experience complete exhaustion and collapse. Others remain violent and dangerous for hours. There are accounts of berserkers having to be restrained or isolated after battles to prevent them from attacking their own people. The long-term effects are brutal. Repeated berserker rages take a physical and mental toll. These warriors burn out young. They die in battle because they take stupid risks. They die from injuries that would be survivable if they'd fought more carefully. They die from whatever substances they're using to achieve the berserker state. They die from the cumulative damage to their bodies and minds. Very few berserkers live to old age. The cultural attitude toward berserkers is ambivalent. They're respected for their courage and feared for their instability. People want berserkers on their side in battle, but don't necessarily want them around in peacetime. The line between useful warrior and dangerous madman is thin, and berserkers walk it constantly. Some embrace the role fully, building their entire identity around being berserkers. Others participate when necessary, but try to maintain some separation between their berserker persona and their regular life. The success rate varies. The practical mechanics of becoming a berserker are unclear and probably varied by individual. Some might have used mushrooms with psychoactive properties. Some might have worked themselves into a frenzy through ritualized behavior, dancing and chanting and self-harm before battle. Some might have been genuinely mentally ill, their conditions channeled into a socially acceptable outlet. Some might have simply been exceptionally brave or reckless men whose exploits got exaggerated into supernatural events. Women could theoretically be berserkers, but the historical evidence is thin. The warrior culture was overwhelmingly male, and the berserker tradition was part of that. There are references to female warriors in the sagas, but how much is historical and how much is literary invention is debated. What's clear is that berserkerism as a social role was predominantly male, tied into masculine ideals of courage, strength, and disregard for personal safety. The decline of berserkers coincides with the Christianization of Scandinavia. Christian theology doesn't have a place for warriors who work themselves into pagan frenzies. The Church actively worked to eliminate berserker traditions as part of the broader effort to civilize and Christianize Viking society. Berserkers were outlawed in some regions. The cultural support for the tradition eroded. By the High Middle Ages, berserkers existed primarily in stories about the past rather than as contemporary reality. For you, as a regular Viking warrior, encountering a berserker in your own ranks is a mixed experience. On one hand, you're glad someone else is absorbing the initial enemy assault and creating chaos that benefits your side. On the other hand, you're staying well away from the berserker because getting accidentally killed by an ally is a stupid way to die. You watch from a safe distance. You let the berserker do his thing. And if he survives, you help restrain him afterward. You don't volunteer to become a berserker yourself unless you're either deeply religious, suicidal, or some combination of both. The life expectancy is terrible, and the quality of life during that short existence is questionable. Better to be a regular warrior who fights carefully and might actually survive to enjoy any wealth you accumulate. Exploration and settlement are the aspects of Viking culture that don't get enough attention in the popular imagination. Yes, Vikings raided, but they also explored vast distances, established settlements in hostile environments, and demonstrated a level of navigational skill and sheer audacity that's genuinely impressive. The westward expansion starts with Iceland, discovered by Norse sailors blown off course in the mid-800s. By the year 900, Iceland is being systematically settled by Norwegians fleeing political consolidation back home. It's marketed as virgin territory, which conveniently ignores the Irish monks who got there first and are now being displaced. The settlement of Iceland is brutal. You're taking your family to an island with no trees, limited farmland, active volcanoes, and winters that make Norwegian winters look pleasant. The first settlers claim the best coastal land. Later arrivals get progressively worse territory. Some settlements fail completely. People starve, people freeze. People give up and go back to Norway if they can afford the passage. But enough people stay and survive to establish a permanent Norse presence that continues to this day. Eric the Red, a violent troublemaker even by Viking standards, gets outlawed from Iceland for killing people. He sails west and discovers Greenland, which is possibly the most successful rebranding in history. Greenland is mostly ice. The habitable portions are limited coastal areas where you can raise livestock if you're incredibly hardy and willing to accept a subsistence existence that makes Icelandic farming look luxurious. Eric names it Greenland specifically to attract settlers, which is false advertising at its finest. People fall for it. Settlements are established. For a few hundred years, Norse Greenlanders maintain a precarious existence, trading walrus ivory and other Arctic goods for necessities they can't produce locally. The climate change that eventually makes Greenland uninhabitable doesn't happen in your time, but the foundations for the colony's eventual failure are being laid with every generation that barely survives. Leif Erikson, Eric's son, sails further west and discovers North America around the year 1000. The Norse call it Vinland, probably because they found grapes growing there, or possibly because vine meant meadow and grapes were wishful thinking. The exact location is debated, but it's somewhere on the coast of present-day Newfoundland. The archaeological evidence at Longhouse Meadows confirms Norse presence in North America centuries before Columbus. The Vinland settlement doesn't last. The local indigenous peoples, whom the Norse call Skraelings, are numerous and hostile. They're not impressed by Viking weapons or tactics. They have their own effective fighting methods, and they vastly outnumber the Norse settlers. After several violent encounters and some trading, the Norse decide that Vinland is more trouble than it's worth. The settlement is abandoned. Some expeditions return later to harvest timber, which is valuable in tree-poor Greenland, but no permanent settlement is re-established. The eastward expansion is more successful long-term. Swedish Vikings, known as Rus, travel down the river systems of Eastern Europe. They establish trading posts that become cities: Novgorod, Kiev. These settlements grow from Viking trading posts into major political entities. The Rus eventually integrate with the local Slavic populations, creating the foundations for what becomes Russia. The name Russia itself probably derives from Rus, though the etymology is disputed, as most Viking Age etymologies are. The Varangian Guard is where many ambitious Vikings end their careers. This is the elite bodyguard unit of the Byzantine Emperor in Constantinople, composed primarily of Norse and later Anglo-Saxon warriors. Joining the Varangian Guard is the medieval equivalent of making it big. You're serving the richest empire in Europe. You're being paid in gold. You're seeing wonders that rural Scandinavians can barely imagine. The massive cities, the architectural marvels, the accumulated wealth of centuries, the sophisticated culture. It's overwhelming and intoxicating. Warriors who serve in the Varangian Guard and survive to return home bring back wealth and stories that seem like fantasy. Some Vikings never return. They like Constantinople better than Scandinavia, which is understandable given that Constantinople has running water and heated baths and doesn't spend 8 months a year frozen. They settle, marry local women, convert to Christianity, become Byzantine citizens. Their descendants lose connection to their Norse heritage within a generation or two. The geographical knowledge accumulated through exploration is impressive. Vikings develop mental maps of vast territories. They know the sailing distances and routes between Scandinavia and England, Ireland, Iceland, Greenland, Vinland, Constantinople, and all the major trading centers in between. This knowledge is transmitted orally and through practice. Young navigators learn from experienced ones. The routes become standardized. The dangerous passages become known. The reliable harbors are identified and remembered. Shipbuilding is one of the few areas where Vikings genuinely excel beyond their contemporaries. The longship is not just transportation. It's a technological marvel that enables everything else Viking culture accomplishes. Without the ship, There are no raids across the North Sea, no exploration of the Atlantic, no trading missions to Constantinople. The ship is everything. Building a longship is a massive communal undertaking that requires specialized skills, enormous amounts of resources, and months of labor. You need to find the right trees, which means old-growth oak for the keel and overlapping strakes that form the hull. The trees have to be specific sizes and shapes. You can't just use any oak. You're looking for particular grain patterns, particular curvatures that occur naturally. Finding these trees takes knowledge and time. Cutting them down and transporting them to the building site takes manpower and animal labor. The construction technique is clinker-built, meaning the hull planks overlap and are fastened together with iron rivets. This creates a flexible hull that can bend with the waves instead of fighting them. A longship isn't rigid like later ship designs. It flexes and twists as it moves through water. This seems like a weakness until you understand that the flexibility is what lets the ship survive rough seas that would break a more rigid vessel. The whole structure moves as one organic unit. The keel is the spine of the ship, a single massive timber that runs the length of the vessel. Getting this timber to the correct shape and dimensions is precision carpentry that can't be rushed or improvised. The keel has to be perfect because everything else builds from it. One mistake here and the entire ship is compromised. The ribs that create the ship's shape are steamed and bent into curves, then fastened to the keel in strakes. The hull takes shape gradually, plank by plank, each piece fitted carefully to create a watertight seal. The caulking between planks is made from tarred animal hair or wool, which expands when wet to seal gaps. It works remarkably well, but requires constant maintenance. A longship is always taking on some water. Bailing is not optional. It's a regular part of ship operation. The mast and sail represent another massive investment. The mast is a single tall pine timber, carefully selected and shaped. The sail is woven wool, dozens of square yards of fabric that has to be manufactured by hand. Women spend months weaving the sail. The wool has to be strong enough to withstand wind stress, but light enough to handle. The sail represents hundreds of hours of labor and significant material cost. Losing the sail to a storm means you're rowing until you can afford a replacement. The steering is accomplished through a side-mounted steering board, which is where the term starboard comes from. The steersman controls the ship's direction through this large oar-like rudder mounted on the right side of the stern. It takes skill to use effectively, especially in storms or when approaching shore. Inexperienced steersmen make mistakes that can wreck ships or cause them to beach dangerously. Ship decoration is not purely aesthetic, though it's certainly that too. The dragon heads or beast heads mounted on the prow serve multiple purposes. They're meant to frighten enemies and coastal defenders. They're meant to ward off evil spirits. They're meant to project the power and status of the ship's owner. A well-decorated ship announces that its owner is wealthy and successful. A plain functional ship announces poverty or practicality depending on interpretation. The cost of a longship is staggering. You're looking at the equivalent of multiple years of income for a prosperous farm. Building a ship is an investment that only wealthy individuals or communities can afford. This is why ships are owned by jarls and shared among crews. You don't personally own the ship you're rowing unless you're the expedition leader or part owner through some profit-sharing arrangement. The ship's maintenance is constant. Wood rots, Rivets corrode, sails tear, the tar and caulking deteriorate. Every season requires work to keep the ship seaworthy. Neglect means disaster. A ship that hasn't been properly maintained will spring leaks, lose structural integrity, or outright fail during a voyage. The people who die from ship failure die badly, drowning in cold seas far from land with no rescue possible. Ship knowledge is passed down through apprenticeship. Young men who want to learn shipbuilding work under master craftsmen for years, learning the subtle techniques that can't be explained in words. How to read the grain of the wood. How to judge the flexibility of a plank. How to place rivets for maximum strength. This knowledge is valuable and guarded. A good shipwright can command high prices for his work and has status in the community. The ship represents the pinnacle of Viking Age technology. It's the tool that makes their culture possible. The vehicle that carries them across seas to raid, trade, explore, and settle. Everything else about being a Viking warrior depends on the existence of this remarkable vessel. The Christianization of Scandinavia is a slow, violent process that fundamentally transforms Viking culture. Christianity doesn't arrive peacefully through purely spiritual means. It arrives through political pressure, military conquest, economic incentives, and the gradual realization that Christian kingdoms are more organized and wealthier than pagan ones. The process takes roughly 300 years from the first Christian missionaries to the complete conversion of Scandinavia. Early missionaries are met with indifference or hostility. The Norse gods have worked fine for generations. Why change? The Christian promise of heaven is nice, but Valhalla is right there in the existing belief system. The Christian prohibition on raiding and slavery is economically catastrophic for a culture built on both. The Christian insistence on one God seems limiting when you've got a whole pantheon handling different aspects of existence. The missionaries make very little progress initially. What changes the equation is politics. Christian kings in England and continental Europe refuse to trade with or ally with pagan rulers. They launch crusades against pagan territories. They offer economic benefits and political recognition to rulers who convert. For ambitious jarls who want to consolidate power and join the European political mainstream, Christianity becomes a practical necessity regardless of personal belief. The conversion of kings and jarls doesn't immediately convert everyone else. The common people continue worshiping the old gods, sometimes openly, sometimes secretly. There's a long transition period where Christianity and Norse paganism coexist uncomfortably. People get baptized, but still sacrifice to Odin. They attend church, but still consult Sadur practitioners. They wear both cross pendants and Thor's hammer amulets. The syncretic mixing drives church authorities crazy, but it's the reality on the ground for generations. The church systematically targets and destroys pagan practices. Sacred groves are cut down. Pagan temples are demolished or converted to churches. Sadur practitioners are persecuted as witches. The blot sacrifices are outlawed. Celebrating pagan festivals becomes illegal. The Thing assemblies are Christianized, with church officials presiding. The laws are rewritten to reflect Christian values. Divorce becomes much harder. Polygamy is banned. The treatment of thralls is theoretically supposed to improve, though in practice slavery continues for a while under different names. The cultural loss is enormous. The oral traditions that preserve the old sagas start dying out as Christianity emphasizes written texts and Latin literacy over Norse oral culture. The poetic traditions that celebrated warrior values get replaced with Christian hymns. The whole worldview shifts from fatalistic acceptance of destiny to Christian concepts of sin, redemption, and free will. The transition is traumatic for people raised in the old ways. For you, as a Viking warrior, Christianization is mostly an inconvenience that becomes increasingly difficult to avoid. Your Jarl converts because he needs the political alliance with a Christian king. Now you're expected to convert too, because refusing implies you're disloyal to your Jarl. You get baptized in a ceremony you don't fully understand, conducted in Latin you don't speak, accepting doctrines you haven't really thought about. You're now officially Christian. Functionally, you're still mostly operating under the old value system because changing fundamental beliefs isn't as easy as getting splashed with holy water. The warrior culture has to adapt to Christian values, which creates tensions. Christianity preaches peace, forgiveness, turning the other cheek. Viking warrior culture is built on violence, vengeance, and never backing down. The compromise is a Christianized warrior culture where you're still allowed to fight, but it's framed as fighting for Christian causes. The Crusades provide an outlet for warrior energy that's sanctioned by the Church. Defending Christian kingdoms against pagan raiders is holy work. The whole thing gets repackaged to maintain warrior masculinity, while nominally submitting to Christian theology. The economic impact of Christianization is mixed. Giving up raiding hurts the economy initially. Monasteries in Scandinavia provide educational and economic centers that didn't exist before. The Church becomes a major landowner and economic force, which creates new opportunities for some and displaces others. The integration into Christian Europe opens trade opportunities that were previously limited by religious differences. Over time, Christian Scandinavian kingdoms become wealthier through legitimate trade than they were through raiding. But the transition is rough. The last holdouts of paganism are in remote areas where church authority is weak. Sweden maintains pagan practices longer than Norway or Denmark. Iceland converts officially, but informally keeps mixing Christian and pagan elements for generations. The Sami people in the far north resist Christianity longest, maintaining their indigenous beliefs despite pressure. By the High Middle Ages, Scandinavia is officially Christian and the Viking Age is over. The cultural transformation is complete. The ships are still there, but they're used for different purposes. The warrior tradition continues, but it's been Christianized and civilized. The old gods are remembered in stories, but no longer worshipped. Feasting is one of the few genuine pleasures in Viking life. Though even this comes with caveats, because nothing in this culture is simple or purely enjoyable. A proper feast happens several times a year during major festivals and after successful raids. This is when the carefully preserved food stores get opened, when animals are slaughtered, when the mead flows freely, and when social bonds are reinforced through communal excess. The great hall is prepared for the feast. Tables and benches are arranged. The fire is built up to maximum heat. Torches and tallow candles provide additional light, making the hall as bright as it ever gets. The decorations might include tapestries if the Jarl is wealthy, shields hung on walls, weapons displayed prominently. The smell of cooking meat replaces the usual smell of smoke and unwashed bodies. It's transformation from living space to celebratory space. The seating arrangement matters intensely. The Jarl sits at the head of the hall in the high seat, flanked by his most important warriors and guests. Your position in the hall reflects your social status precisely. Sit close to the Jarl and everyone knows you're important. Sit near the door and everyone knows you're not. Disputes over seating are common and can escalate to violence, because nothing says honor-based culture like stabbing someone over where they get to sit at dinner. The food is excessive by everyday standards, though modest by modern feast standards. Whole roasted pigs or sheep, fresh bread made from the best flour, butter and cheese from the current production rather than the aged storage versions. Fish prepared in ways that require effort and fresh ingredients. Vegetables that haven't been stored for months. The portions are generous because the point is abundance, demonstrating that the host has resources to spare. The mead is the centerpiece of Viking feasting culture. It's honey wine, fermented from honey, water, and whatever herbs or spices are available. Good mead is sweet and potent. Bad mead tastes like someone mixed honey with vinegar and sadness. Everyone drinks the available mead regardless of quality because getting drunk is part of the point. The drinking follows ritual patterns. The host offers the first toast, typically to the gods or to dead relatives. Then toasts proceed around the hall, each person honoring something or someone. The pressure to participate is intense. Refusing to drink when the horn is passed to you is insulting. Drinking but not toasting properly is insulting. Everything is potentially insulting, which is why feasts so often end in violence. The entertainment varies based on what's available. Skalds recite poetry and sing songs, often composing verses about recent events or praising the Jarl. The quality varies wildly. Good skalds are artists who can hold a hall's attention for hours. Bad skalds are tolerated because they're better than nothing. Storytelling is popular, particularly the old sagas about heroes and gods. People know these stories, but they never get tired of hearing them again. Games of strength and skill might be organized. Arm wrestling, knife throwing, contests that allow men to show off and establish dominance without actual combat. These can escalate into actual combat anyway, because Vikings, boasting is expected and competitive. You're supposed to announce your accomplishments, your brave deeds, your successful raids. Modesty is not valued. The more outrageous your boasts, the better, as long as you can back them up. Making boasts you can't support gets you mocked, which damages your honor, which leads to challenges and fights. But making no boasts suggests you've done nothing worth boasting about, which also damages your honor. It's a delicate balance. Insults are an art form. There are elaborate rules about what constitutes an acceptable insult versus one that demands violent response. Calling someone a coward requires satisfaction through holmgang or violence. Insulting someone's mother might or might not require response depending on context and the relationship between the people involved. Accusing someone of ergi, sexual unmanliness, is the ultimate insult that always requires violent response. People carefully test boundaries with their insults, pushing to see what they can get away with. Women participate in feasts, but their role is different. They serve the drinks, moving through the hall offering mead to guests in order of status. This is a position of honor for high-status women, not servitude. The lady of the hall serving drink demonstrates the household's hospitality and wealth. Lower-status women do the actual food service and cleanup. Women also have their own seating areas and their own social dynamics happening parallel to the men's competitions. As the feast progresses and the mead consumption increases, the behavior deteriorates predictably. Arguments start over nothing. Old grievances resurface. Someone insults someone else. Challenges are issued. Fights break out. The host tries to maintain order because bloodshed at a feast reflects badly on his ability to control his hall. Sometimes he succeeds. Sometimes the feast ends with injuries and new feuds. Either way, everyone agrees it was a good feast because anything else would be admitting your culture's main form of entertainment is fundamentally problematic. Aging as a Viking warrior means watching your value to society diminish with every year past your physical prime. You're most valuable as a warrior between roughly 20 and 35. After that, the accumulated injuries, the declining strength, the slower reflexes start making you a liability in combat rather than an asset. The culture values you for your ability to fight. And when you can't fight effectively anymore, your social capital drops precipitously. The lucky warriors accumulate enough wealth during their fighting years to transition into other roles. You become a landowner, a trader, maybe a craftsman if you've developed skills. You leverage your reputation and connections to maintain status even as your physical capabilities decline. You give advice to younger warriors. You participate in the thing. You remain relevant through wisdom and experience rather than combat prowess. This works if you've been successful and if you survive the transition. Many warriors don't make it to old age. The mortality rate for active fighters is horrific. You die in battle. You die from wounds that get infected. You drown during voyages. You freeze during winter raids. You get killed in feuds. The ones who survive to see 40 are either lucky, skilled, or both, and they know it. The survivors carry visible proof of their years of fighting, missing fingers or toes from frostbite or combat, scars everywhere, chronic pain from poorly healed broken bones, joint problems from years of rowing and fighting, partial blindness from eye injuries, hearing loss from being too close to clashing weapons too many times, dental problems from both poor diet and taking hits to the face. You're a walking catalog of injuries by the time you're 40, and that's if you're relatively healthy. The transition from warrior to elder is not smooth. The culture that valued your aggression and violence now expects you to become wise and measured. You're supposed to give good counsel, resolve disputes, serve as a stabilizing influence. But you're the same person who spent decades solving problems with axes. The personality traits that made you a good warrior don't necessarily translate to being a good advisor. Some men make the transition successfully. Others remain violent and aggressive past the point where it's appropriate, becoming cautionary tales about warriors who don't know when to retire. Your sons are coming into their own as warriors, which creates complicated family dynamics. They need your guidance and training, but they also need to establish their own reputations. You're supposed to support them while also not overshadowing them. If you're too prominent, people say your sons are living in your shadow. If you're too withdrawn, people say you're neglecting your duty to prepare the next generation. There's no winning, just navigating between bad options. The prospect of death without proper glory becomes more urgent as you age. You've survived this long, but you remember that dying in battle is the only way to reach Valhalla. Dying of old age or disease means Helheim, the dreary afterlife that no warrior wants. This creates pressure to seek out one final glorious battle, to die the right way before age or illness takes that option away. Some older warriors deliberately choose risky situations, hoping to die well. Others make their peace with Helheim and focus on setting up their families for success after they're gone. If you're wealthy enough, you spend your declining years trying to secure your legacy. You commission runic inscriptions celebrating your deeds. You ensure your children are well positioned for success. You make strategic gifts and alliances that will benefit your family after your death. You participate in the thing to maintain your family's political influence. You're playing a longer game now, thinking in terms of generations rather than individual glory. Poverty in old age is devastating. If you didn't accumulate resources during your warrior years, you're dependent on your children's charity or the community's grudging support. There's no retirement system, no pension, no social safety net. You work until you physically can't anymore, and then you hope your family will feed you. The elderly poor are often left to die when resources are tight, which nobody talks about, but everyone knows happens. The actual dying process for Vikings who survive to old age is usually prolonged and unpleasant. You decline gradually from accumulated health problems. Infections that would have killed you quickly in your youth now linger. Organ failure proceeds slowly. You become bedridden, dependent on others for basic care. The pain management options are limited to alcohol and herbal remedies that don't work very well. You might spend months dying, consuming resources your family can't really spare, aware that you're a burden. Death is both feared and welcomed. You fear what comes after, whether you'll end up in Helheim or somehow earn a better fate. You fear the dying process itself, the pain and indignity. But you also welcome the end of suffering, the release from a body that's failing. Your family prepares for your funeral, which will cost them significant resources, but is necessary for their own honor. Funeral practices in Viking society are elaborate, expensive, and absolutely critical for maintaining your family's honor. How you're buried or burned reflects your status in life and determines how you're remembered after death. Your funeral is not about you anymore. It's about your family demonstrating their wealth, their connections, and their commitment to honoring their dead. A proper Viking funeral for someone of status involves either burial or cremation, often with grave goods that represent significant wealth. Weapons, jewelry, tools, sometimes even horses or dogs sacrificed to accompany you to the afterlife. A wealthy jarl might be buried in a ship, either a full-size longship or a boat-shaped grave marker. The ship burial is the ultimate status symbol, announcing to everyone that this person was important enough to waste an entire ship on their corpse. The preparation of the body is handled by women who specialize in this work. They wash the corpse, dress it in the best clothes available, arrange it in the desired position. For ship burials, the body is placed in the ship along with everything they'll supposedly need in the afterlife. Food, drink, weapons, treasures, sometimes thralls who are killed to serve their master in death. The human sacrifice element is controversial even in Viking times, more common in earlier periods, declining as Christianity spreads. But it happens enough to be documented in multiple sources. The funeral feast is mandatory and expensive. You're feeding everyone who attends, which could be hundreds of people for an important person. The quality and quantity of food served reflects on your family's status and resources. Skimp on the funeral feast and people will talk about your poverty and dishonor for generations. The feast serves multiple purposes beyond honoring the dead. It's where inheritance is settled, where the new head of household is recognized, where alliances are reaffirmed or challenged. Political maneuvering at funerals is expected. The dead person's heir has to prove they're worthy of their inheritance, often through public speaking, demonstrations of generosity, or occasionally through physical contests if succession is disputed. The actual burial or cremation is a public event. For cremation, a funeral pyre is built and the body is burned along with the grave goods. The fire has to be hot enough to consume everything completely, which requires substantial amounts of wood and skill in pyre construction. The ashes and remnants are then collected and either buried or scattered depending on family preference and religious beliefs. For burial, the grave is dug deep enough to discourage grave robbers, though this is only partially effective because grave robbing is a recognized profession in this era. The body and grave goods are placed in the grave, sometimes in a wooden chamber, sometimes wrapped in cloth. The grave is sealed and marked with a stone or wooden marker, often with runes, identifying the deceased and their accomplishments. Barrows, large earthen mounds built over graves, are prestige burials reserved for the very wealthy. Building a barrow requires moving massive amounts of earth, which means labor, which means expense. A prominent barrow serves as a permanent landmark, announcing your family's importance to anyone passing through the area. Future generations will see the barrow and know someone significant is buried there. The poorest Vikings get minimal funerals. A simple grave, maybe a marker, limited grave goods, if any. The funeral feast might be skipped entirely or reduced to immediate family only. This is shameful, but sometimes unavoidable for families with no resources. The social stigma of a poor funeral extends to the living family, marking them as failures who couldn't properly honor their dead. Christian influence gradually changes funeral practices. Cremation is prohibited because Christianity requires burial of intact bodies for resurrection. Grave goods are discouraged as pagan practice. Human sacrifice is absolutely forbidden. The funeral feast becomes a more subdued memorial meal. The barrows and ship burials disappear in favor of simple churchyard graves. The transition is gradual and incomplete, with families mixing Christian and pagan elements for generations. The fear of the dead is real and influences funeral practices. Draugr, the undead who rise from their graves to harm the living, are a genuine concern. Precautions are taken to prevent the dead from walking. The body might be bound, the grave sealed with heavy stones, iron placed in the grave to ward off supernatural activity. These practices persist even as Christianity spreads because the fear of the dead transcends religious boundaries. Grief in Viking culture is complex. Public displays of emotion are somewhat acceptable, especially for women. But excessive grief that interferes with necessary duties is seen as weakness. You mourn your dead, but you also move on quickly because life doesn't stop for grief. The crops still need tending. The animals still need care. The household still needs management. You honor the dead with a proper funeral, and then you get back to survival. The ancestors remain present in memory and in the belief that they can influence the living. You invoke dead relatives for protection or wisdom. You swear oaths on their honor. You tell stories about their deeds to preserve their fame. Fame after death is the closest thing to immortality Viking culture offers. Craftsmanship in Viking society occupies a strange middle ground between respected necessity and social ambiguity. You need skilled craftsmen to produce the tools, weapons, ships, and goods that make survival possible. But the social status of craftsmen is complicated because they're not farmers and they're not warriors, which are the two occupations that really matter in the cultural hierarchy. Blacksmiths are the aristocrats of craftsmen. The ability to work iron is valuable, mysterious, and essential. A good blacksmith can forge weapons that might save your life, tools that make farming possible, ship rivets that keep vessels seaworthy. The blacksmith's forge is a place of transformation where rocks become metal, and metal becomes useful objects. There's an almost magical quality to the work that earns respect even from warriors. Blacksmiths can accumulate significant wealth and status, though they're still not quite on the same level as successful farmers or jarls. The forge itself is a harsh working environment that modern safety regulations would condemn immediately. You're working with fire hot enough to melt iron, swinging heavy hammers all day, breathing smoke and fumes, handling materials that can burn or poison you. The physical toll on blacksmiths is severe. Burns are inevitable. Respiratory problems develop from years of smoke inhalation. Joint problems come from repetitive hammering. Many blacksmiths are partially deaf from the constant ringing of hammer on anvil. You sacrifice your body to produce the objects everyone else needs. The knowledge required for smithing is extensive and passed down through apprenticeship. You need to understand ore selection, smelting temperatures, forging techniques, heat treatment, quenching. Each type of object requires different approaches. Making a sword requires different skills than making a nail. The subtle variations in technique that separate adequate work from excellent work take years to learn. Master smiths guard their techniques jealously because knowledge is economic power. Woodworking is another essential craft. Shipwrights are the elite of woodworkers, commanding high prices and respect. But there are also carpenters who build houses, furniture makers, coopers who make barrels, specialized craftsmen who make wheels or farming implements. The range of wooden objects that society needs is enormous, and someone has to make all of them. The status varies based on what you're making and how skilled you are at making it. Textile production is primarily women's work, and it's constant, essential, and largely invisible to the historical record. Spinning wool into thread, weaving thread into cloth, sewing cloth into clothing. These tasks occupy enormous amounts of time. A household might have wool from their own sheep, but turning that wool into wearable clothing requires hundreds of hours of labor. The women doing this work don't get much recognition, but without them, everyone freezes. The best weavers can produce fine cloth that's valuable for trade or as status symbols. Leatherworking is specialized and unpleasant. Tanning hides to produce usable leather involves chemicals that smell horrific, primarily urine and animal brains. The tanner's workshop is located downwind of the settlement because the smell is so offensive. But leather is necessary for shoes, belts, armor, bags, basically everything that needs to be flexible and somewhat waterproof. Someone has to do this work, and the people who do it are simultaneously essential and socially stigmatized. Jewelry making combines artistry with metallurgy. The ability to work silver and gold into decorative pieces is valuable because jewelry is how wealthy Vikings display their status and store their wealth. Arm rings, brooches, pendants, these items are both beautiful and functional as portable wealth. A skilled jewelry maker can earn good money working for wealthy clients. though they're dependent on those clients' continued prosperity and goodwill. Bone and antler working produces a range of items from combs to game pieces to decorative objects. It requires different skills than metalworking or woodworking, careful carving and shaping of materials that are hard but brittle. The products are everyday items that everyone uses, but nobody thinks much about until they break and need replacing. Pottery is produced, but it's not as central to Viking culture as it is in some other societies. Vikings use more wooden and metal vessels, with pottery for specific purposes like storage or cooking. The potters who do exist are providing a necessary service, but it's not a prestigious occupation. The craftsmen form something of a separate social class. They're not thralls, but they're not quite Carl-class farmers either. They depend on trade and sale of their products rather than land ownership. This makes them vulnerable to economic changes. A bad year for raiding means less silver in circulation, means fewer people buying luxury goods. A harsh winter that kills livestock means less leather production work. The craftsman's prosperity is tied to the broader economy in ways that farmers' subsistence existence is not. The saga tradition is how Viking culture preserves its history, values, and identity. These aren't written texts during your lifetime. They're oral narratives passed down through generations of skalds who memorize and recite them at feasts and gatherings. The sagas serve multiple purposes beyond entertainment. They're legal precedents, moral instruction, family histories, and cultural memory, all wrapped in dramatic storytelling. The accuracy is questionable, but that's not really the point. The skalds have tremendous cultural power because they control reputation. A good skald can immortalize your deeds in verse that will be remembered for generations. A hostile skald can compose verses that mock you and your family in ways that damage your honor permanently. The threat of being mocked in saga is a real form of social control. People modify their behavior to avoid becoming negative examples in stories. The composition of skaldic poetry is a specialized skill requiring years of training. The verse forms are complex with elaborate rules about meter, alliteration, and kennings, which are poetic metaphors that refer to things indirectly. The sea becomes the whale road. A sword becomes the wound fire. Blood becomes battle sweat. These aren't just decorative flourishes. They're essential to the poetic form. A skald who can compose verses on the spot during a feast demonstrating mastery of these conventions earns respect and patronage. The content of sagas reflects Viking values with all their contradictions. Loyalty to family and jarl is paramount. Personal courage in the face of death is essential. Clever stratagems are admired as much as direct violence. Vengeance for wrongs is mandatory. Women can be powerful figures, but primarily within domestic spheres. The gods are present but distant, interested in human affairs, but not necessarily helpful. Fate is absolute, and attempting to change it usually makes things worse. These themes repeat across different sagas because they're the cultural core. Historical accuracy is not a priority in saga composition. Events get rearranged, combined, or invented to make better stories. People who lived centuries apart might appear as contemporaries in a saga. Supernatural elements get added freely. A warrior might fight trolls or encounter gods or perform impossible feats of strength. The line between history and fantasy is blurred because the culture doesn't make a hard distinction between them. The truth of a saga is moral and cultural rather than factual. Family sagas are particularly important because they establish lineage and property rights. Your family's saga explains how you came to own your land, who your ancestors were, what notable deeds they performed. This has legal implications when disputes arise. If your family saga says your great-grandfather was granted land by a jarl for heroic service, that's evidence in property disputes, even though the saga might be partially or entirely fictional. Everyone participates in maintaining this useful fiction because everyone benefits from it. The memorization techniques used by skalds are impressive. They remember hundreds or thousands of lines of complex verse through practice, performance, and mnemonic devices built into the verse structure itself. The alliteration and meter help memory. The formulaic elements allow for some improvisation while maintaining the story's core. A skilled skald can adjust a saga slightly for each performance, while keeping it recognizably the same story. The performance of sagas is a social event. The feast hall grows quiet when a respected skald begins reciting. People listen intently, knowing portions of the saga, but enjoying the skilled delivery. Dramatic passages get audience reactions. Humorous sections get laughs. Tragic moments produce genuine emotional responses, even though everyone knows how the story ends. This is community bonding through shared cultural knowledge. The political use of sagas is sophisticated. A jarl might commission a saga about his own deeds, paying the skald to emphasize certain accomplishments and downplay failures. Rival jarls might sponsor competing sagas presenting different versions of the same events. The saga that gets remembered depends partly on which version is better composed and partly on which patron is more powerful and generous to skalds. The transition to written sagas happens gradually as Christianity spreads and literacy increases. Monks start writing down the oral sagas, which preserves them but also changes them. Written sagas become fixed rather than fluid. Christian scribes edit out or reinterpret pagan elements. The loss of performance context changes how the sagas are experienced and understood. What survives to the modern era are these Christianized written versions, not the original oral performances, which means we're seeing Viking culture through a distorted lens. The women skalds exist, but are rarer and less documented than male skalds. Some women compose verses, particularly memorial poems for dead relatives or love poems. The cultural bias means fewer of their compositions survive. This doesn't mean women weren't creative or skilled with words. It means the historical record is incomplete and skewed toward male experiences and achievements. Children in Viking society are economic investments who might or might not survive long enough to provide returns. Childhood is short, dangerous, and largely devoid of the protections modern societies extend to the young. You're born into conditions that would horrify contemporary parents. The infant mortality rate is catastrophic, somewhere between 30 and 50%, depending on region and time period. Almost half of children born don't make it to adulthood. The causes are varied and mostly preventable by modern standards, but completely unstoppable in the Viking Age. Disease, malnutrition, accidents, cold, complications from birth injuries, infections from minor wounds. Children die constantly, and the culture develops coping mechanisms that seem callous to modern sensibilities, but are necessary for psychological survival. You don't name a baby immediately after birth. You wait days or sometimes weeks to see if it survives the most dangerous early period. Naming a child who then dies is harder than losing an unnamed infant. This isn't lack of love. It's emotional self-protection in a world where most parents will lose at least one child, and many will lose several. The decision to keep a newborn is not automatic. If a baby is born with obvious defects or during times of extreme scarcity, exposure is an option. The newborn is left outside to die from cold. This practice is more common in earlier Viking Age periods and decreases as Christianity spreads. But it happens enough to be documented. Modern people find this horrifying. Viking parents find starvation equally horrifying, and they're choosing between bad options with the resources available. If you survive infancy, your childhood is brief. By age 5 or 6, you're expected to contribute to household work. Watching younger siblings, helping with food preparation, learning basic skills for your likely adult occupation. There's no extended period of carefree play and learning. You're a small worker who will become a larger worker if you survive. Gender roles are established early and reinforced constantly. Boys learn fighting, farming, hunting, ship handling. Girls learn textile work, food preservation, household management, childcare. The division is not absolute, but it's strong. A boy who shows interest in women's work is mocked as urgy. A girl who wants to fight is humored as a child, but expected to grow out of it. Cross-gender interest is suppressed because the survival of the household depends on everyone fulfilling their assigned roles. Education is entirely practical and oral. There are no schools. Reading and writing are rare specialized skills limited to the wealthy and religious. You learn by doing, by watching adults and mimicking their techniques. Farming skills, weapon use, navigation, crafts, all transmitted through hands-on apprenticeship. Mistakes have immediate consequences. Cut yourself while learning knife skills? Deal with it. Fall from the rigging while learning ship. Work? Hope you can swim. The learning environment is unforgiving. Discipline is physical and often harsh. Children are beaten for failures, for disobedience, for talking back. This isn't considered abuse. It's considered necessary education. Spare the rod and spoil the child exists as a concept long before Christianity formalizes it. The beatings are meant to teach lessons that might save your life later. Hesitate in combat and you die. Fail to tie a secure knot and someone drowns. The punishment now prevents worse consequences later, or so the reasoning goes. Play exists, but it's limited and often mimics adult activities. Children fight with wooden swords, preparing for real combat. They race and wrestle, building strength and endurance. They play strategy games that develop tactical thinking. Even leisure time is preparation for adult responsibilities. Toys are simple, often handmade, sometimes just found objects repurposed for entertainment. Coming-of-age rituals vary by region and are not as formalized as in some cultures. For boys, it's gradual recognition as a warrior through first successful hunt, first raid, first battle. For girls, it's marriage readiness, demonstrated skill in household management, sometimes first menstruation, though this is less publicly marked. You transition from child to adult through proving competence rather than reaching a specific age. The emotional bonds between parents and children are real, but expressed differently than in modern nuclear families. The extended household means you have multiple adult caregivers. Your actual parents might be distant figures, while aunts, uncles, or thralls provide daily care. Affection is shown through ensuring survival rather than through emotional displays. A parent who successfully raises children to adulthood has demonstrated love through the most practical means possible. Losing children never becomes easy, but it becomes expected. Parents grieve, but they also move on because they have to. There are more children to raise, more work to do, more survival to ensure. The luxury of extended mourning doesn't exist for most people. You bury your dead child, and you return to the tasks that keep the living alive. The Thing Assembly is the closest Vikings come to democracy, though calling it democratic requires overlooking some significant exclusions. The Thing is where free men gather to settle legal disputes, make communal decisions, elect leaders, and conduct the political business of the community. It's parliament, courtroom, and social event all combined into one outdoor assembly. Not everyone participates equally in the Thing. Free men, specifically landholding free men, have the right to attend and speak. Women are excluded except in unusual circumstances. Thralls are property and have no voice. Freed thralls might attend, but their opinions carry little weight. The landless poor might technically be allowed, but have no practical influence. Democracy is for the people who matter, and the definition of who matters is narrow. The Thing meets at designated times and places. Some things are local, handling community business. Others are regional, drawing people from larger areas. The All-Thing in Iceland is the most famous, bringing together representatives from across the island annually. The location is usually outdoors in a natural amphitheater or specially constructed assembly ground. The gathering combines serious legal business with social interaction, trading, and networking. The proceedings follow ritual patterns. The law speaker, if there is one, recites the relevant laws from memory. Legal cases are presented by the parties involved. Witnesses testify, arguments are made. The assembly, or a subset of it, reaches decisions through discussion and consensus, or sometimes through voting. The process is public and anyone attending can observe. Transparency is valued because it prevents secret dealing and maintains trust in the system. Legal cases at the Thing cover everything from property disputes to accusations of violence to questions of honor and reputation. The penalties vary from fines paid in silver to outlawry to demands for compensation through vergild. Execution is rare, but possible for the most serious offenses or for people who refuse to accept the Thing's judgment. The enforcement of decisions is community-based. There are no police to arrest people or force compliance. If the Thing declares someone an outlaw, it's up to the community to treat them accordingly. If compensation is ordered, social pressure and the threat of escalating feuds encourage payment. The system works because everyone participates in enforcing it. Political decisions get made at the Thing as well. Choosing leaders, deciding on military expeditions, making alliances, declaring war, settling territorial boundaries. The Thing is where the community's collective will get formed and expressed. The process involves a lot of shouting, arguing, threatening, and occasional actual fighting when disagreements can't be resolved peacefully. The social aspect of the Thing is important. This is where you see people from other settlements, hear news from distant regions, arrange marriages, conduct trade, renew friendships. The Thing serves as a communication hub in a world where information travels slowly and most people live isolated in small communities. The gathering might last several days, with people camping at the assembly site, feasting, drinking, competing in games and contests. The networking that happens informally is as important as the formal legal proceedings. The power dynamics at the Thing favor the wealthy and well-connected. A poor farmer bringing a case against a wealthy jarl might technically have the same right to speak. But practically speaking, the Jarl has more influence. He has more supporters present. He can afford better legal representation if skalds or lawyers exist in that capacity. He can intimidate through implied threats. The system is theoretically fair, but practically biased toward the powerful. Oratory skill matters enormously at the Thing. Being able to argue your case persuasively, cite precedents, appeal to law and custom, sway opinion through rhetoric, these abilities can determine outcomes. Some men make careers as professional advocates, speaking on behalf of others at the Thing for payment. The quality of your representation affects your chances of success, regardless of the actual merits of your case. The Thing also serves as a check on chiefly power, at least in theory. A Jarl who becomes too tyrannical or violates too many customs can be opposed at the Thing. The free men can refuse to support him, elect a different leader, or, in extreme cases, declare him outlaw. This doesn't happen often because powerful Jarls have ways of preventing effective opposition. But the possibility exists and occasionally gets exercised. Religion intersects with the Thing in complex ways. In pagan times, the Thing grounds are sacred, and the assembly begins with sacrifices and appeals to the gods. Swearing oaths on sacred objects gives legal proceedings supernatural weight. As Christianity spreads, the Thing becomes Christianized with prayers replacing pagan sacrifices. But the basic structure remains. The Church tries to claim authority over certain types of cases, but the Thing resists, giving up its traditional jurisdiction. Women's participation in the Thing is limited, but not non-existent. Wealthy women, particularly widows controlling property, sometimes attend and speak, especially on matters directly affecting their interests. Shield maidens in the sagas participate in assemblies, but how much is historical versus literary convention is debated. The general pattern is that exceptional women can participate in exceptional circumstances, but the system is designed by and for men. Entertainment in Viking society is limited, brutal, and often doubles as practical skill development. The long, dark winters provide motivation to find ways to pass time that don't involve staring at walls and going slowly insane. What passes for fun in this culture would make modern entertainment seem impossibly soft by comparison. Board games are popular and taken seriously. Hnefatafl, the Viking strategy game, is chess before chess exists in Scandinavia. It's played on a checkered board with pieces representing a king, his defenders, and attackers. The strategic depth is real and skilled players are respected. Gambling on games is common, with silver, goods, or services wagered on outcomes. Disputes over game results can escalate to violence because nothing in Viking culture remains purely recreational. Dice games offer simpler gambling opportunities. The dice are made from bone or antler. The games are based on chance rather than strategy, and the betting can become excessive. People gamble away possessions they can't afford to lose, creating debts that lead to feuds. The Church eventually condemns gambling, but that doesn't stop it. Just makes it one more pagan practice that Christians are supposed to avoid, but often don't. Physical contests are entertainment that develops combat skills. Wrestling matches, both formal competitions and informal challenges. Strength contests involving lifting stones or other heavy objects. Swimming races in the frigid northern waters. Running and jumping competitions. These aren't gentle athletic events. They're aggressive displays of physical dominance where injuries are common and expected. Winning brings honor, losing brings shame, and the stakes feel high even when nothing material is wagered. Hunting and fishing are work, but they're also recreation for men who have the time and resources. Going after large game like bear or elk is dangerous enough to be exciting. The skills developed through hunting translate directly to combat and tracking enemies. Fishing provides food and also offers time away from the community, peace on the water, the satisfaction of catching something through skill and patience. The line between work and leisure is blurred because everything potentially serves survival purposes. Music exists, but it's not the sophisticated art form that develops in other cultures. Simple stringed instruments, drums, horns. The music is functional, accompanying storytelling or providing rhythm for work songs. Singing happens at feasts and during labor. The quality varies wildly. Some people have genuine musical talent, others just make noise. But everyone participates because music is communal rather than performance-based. Animal fighting is entertainment in some regions. Dog fights, bear baiting, cockfights. The violence is the point. People bet on outcomes, enjoy the spectacle of animals tearing each other apart, see it as training for the violence they'll need to employ themselves. Modern people find this disturbing. Vikings find it normal. The cognitive dissonance doesn't exist when violence is normalized across all aspects of life. Storytelling at its most basic level is entertainment. Before the skald begins his formal performance, people tell jokes, share gossip, recount recent events with dramatic embellishment. The quality of your stories affects your social standing. Being known as a good storyteller means people want you at gatherings. Being boring means you're tolerated, but not sought out. Ice skating and skiing are practical transportation methods in winter that become recreational. Skating on frozen fjords and lakes, skiing across snow-covered landscapes. The Vikings developed these skills for survival and discover they're also enjoyable. Races and tricks and showing off happen naturally when people gather on ice. Drinking is entertainment in itself. Getting drunk is a recreational activity pursued enthusiastically at every opportunity. Alcohol makes the dark winters more bearable, provides social lubrication, lowers inhibitions enough to make people more entertaining or at least more unpredictable. The hangovers are legendary, but nobody seems to learn from them. Sexual entertainment exists in forms both accepted and taboo. Married couples have sex, obviously. Affairs happen and are condemned, but occur anyway. Concubinage provides sexual variety for wealthy men. The relationship between thralls and their owners sometimes involves sexual coercion that's rape by any objective standard, but is considered the owner's right. Homosexual relationships exist, but are deeply shameful for the receptive partner, considered ergy and grounds for killing. The double standard is absolute. Festivals mark the changing seasons and provide scheduled entertainment. The winter solstice celebration, spring planting festivals, harvest celebrations. These combine religious observance, feasting, drinking, games, and social bonding. The calendar is organized around these events because they're the highlights of an otherwise grinding existence. Children's play is its own form of entertainment, though it's mostly preparation for adult roles. Mock battles, racing, swimming, contests of skill and strength. Children are being children, but they're also being trained constantly. Even their leisure time serves the practical purpose of developing abilities they'll need later. The relationship between Vikings and other medieval Europeans is complex, shifting, and mutually transformative. Vikings aren't existing in isolation. They're interacting constantly with Christian kingdoms, Islamic caliphates, Byzantine Empire, and various other cultures. These interactions range from violent raiding to peaceful trade, to cultural exchange, to eventual integration. The initial contact is typically violent. Viking raids on monasteries and coastal settlements create the popular image of bloodthirsty barbarians descending from the sea to kill and plunder. This image is not entirely inaccurate. Vikings do raid Christian targets aggressively, particularly in the late 800s and early 900s. The monasteries are wealthy, poorly defended, and full of people committed to nonviolence. They're ideal targets from a raiding perspective, which is why they get hit repeatedly. The European response to Viking raids evolves over time. Initially, there's shock and terror. These pagan warriors appear without warning, kill monks, steal sacred objects, and disappear before any organized resistance can form. The psychological impact is significant. Communities live in fear of dragon-prowed ships appearing on the horizon. Coastal regions are partially depopulated as people move inland for safety. The Church frames Vikings as divine punishment for Christian sins, which doesn't help with practical defense, but provides theological explanation for suffering. Defensive measures improve gradually. Fortifications are built or strengthened. Warning systems are established. Armed resistance becomes more organized. Tribute payments, Danegeld, buy temporary peace from Viking raiders. The Vikings discover that threatening to raid and accepting payment not to raid is often more profitable than actual raiding. This creates a protection racket dynamic, where Christian kingdoms pay regular tribute to avoid attacks. Some Vikings transition from raiding to settling. The Danelaw in England is a region where Viking settlers establish permanent communities, bringing Norse law and customs, but also gradually integrating with Anglo-Saxon culture. Normandy in France is granted to Viking settlers in exchange for defending against other Viking raids, which is a brilliant, if cynical, piece of strategy by the French king. These settlements become hybrid cultures, Norse and Christian mixing in complex ways. Intermarriage happens extensively once settlement begins. Viking men marry local women. The children are raised in hybrid cultures, with elements of both Norse and Christian traditions. Within a generation or two, the genetic and cultural mixing makes the distinction between Viking and native increasingly blurred. The process of integration accelerates as Vikings convert to Christianity and adopt local customs. Trade relationships develop alongside raiding. Vikings sell slaves, furs, amber, and walrus ivory to Christian markets. They buy wine, grain, luxury goods, and weapons that they can't produce themselves. The trading settlements become multicultural zones where Vikings, Christians, Muslims, and others interact peacefully because profit transcends religious differences. The Irish-Norse trading towns are examples where cultures mix productively. Cultural exchange flows both directions. Vikings adopt some Christian practices, art styles, administrative systems. Europeans adopt some Viking shipbuilding techniques, trade routes, even fashion elements. The influence is mutual, even if the power dynamic favors Christian kingdoms in the long term. The eventual Christianization of Scandinavia is partly driven by interaction with Christian Europe. Viking leaders realize that converting to Christianity brings political and economic benefits. recognition as legitimate rulers rather than pagan raiders, access to European trade networks, alliances with powerful Christian kingdoms. The spiritual arguments for conversion are secondary to these practical considerations for most rulers. The transition from Viking Age to medieval Scandinavian kingdoms involves adopting European feudal structures, Christian religion, and centralized monarchy. The raiding culture that defined the Viking Age becomes incompatible with participation in Christian European politics. Kings who want to be taken seriously by other European monarchs have to stop their subjects from raiding Christian territories, or at least officially condemn it while unofficially tolerating it. The Varangian Guard represents one endpoint of Viking-European relations. Norse warriors serving as elite troops for the Byzantine Emperor, fully integrated into European military structures while maintaining some cultural identity. They're Vikings, but they're also professional soldiers in a Christian empire. The complexity of their identity reflects the broader complexity of Viking integration into European society. By the High Middle Ages, Vikings as a distinct group ceased to exist. Scandinavia is Christian, organized into kingdoms that participate in European politics, culturally related to but not separate from broader European civilization. The Viking Age ends not with conquest, but with absorption and transformation. The descendants of Vikings become Norwegians, Danes, Swedes, Norman French, Anglo-Danish English, all integrated into medieval European society. The cultural memory of the Viking Age persists in sagas, place names, genetic legacy, and cultural practices. But the lived reality of being a Viking raider is gone. The transformation is both victory and defeat. Survival through adaptation rather than preservation of original culture. Daily life for a Viking warrior when you're not actually raiding or fighting is surprisingly mundane and agricultural. Most of your time is spent farming, which is not what the sagas emphasize, but is actually how you survive. The romantic image of the full-time warrior spending all his energy on combat is economically impossible. You need to eat, which means you need to farm, which means most of your year is agricultural labor, with occasional violent interruptions. The farming cycle dominates your calendar. Spring means plowing fields with wooden plows pulled by oxen. The soil is heavy and rocky. The work is backbreaking. The oxen are stubborn. And you spend weeks guiding the plow through fields that resist cultivation. Your hands develop calluses on top of calluses. Your back aches constantly. This is not glorious, it's just necessary. Planting happens once the fields are prepared. Barley, oats, some wheat depending on climate. You're scattering seeds by hand, hoping for adequate rain, praying to whatever gods seem relevant. The success of the planting determines whether you eat next winter. No pressure? You also plant vegetables in smaller gardens near the longhouse. Onions, cabbage, peas, whatever grows in the short northern summer. Summer is maintenance. Weeding fields, repairing fences to keep livestock from destroying crops, managing the animals, hunting and fishing to supplement diet. The summer is relatively pleasant if the weather cooperates. Long days, adequate food, outdoor work that's tiring but not unbearable. This is when raiding expeditions happen because the farming work is minimal and the seas are navigable. You leave for a few weeks or months, raid some foreign coast, return hopefully with loot and without injuries. Harvest is crucial and time-sensitive. Everything has to come in before the weather turns. Cutting grain with sickles, gathering it into sheaves, threshing it to separate grain from chaff. storing it carefully to prevent spoilage. Everyone works during harvest. Children, elderly, women, thralls, free men. Everyone contributes because missing the harvest window means starvation. The work is exhausting but communal. Fall is food preservation. Everything that can be preserved gets preserved. Meat is salted, smoked, or dried. Fish is processed in massive quantities. Vegetables are stored in root cellars. Butter is packed in barrels. Grains are stored in sealed containers. You're working against time and decay, trying to put away enough food to survive the coming winter. The consequences of failure are fatal, so you work until you can't work anymore. Livestock management is constant. Cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, horses, all need tending year-round. Feeding them, cleaning their spaces, treating illnesses, assisting with births, butchering when necessary. Animals are wealth and survival simultaneously. Losing livestock to disease or predators is an economic disaster. Building and repair work never stops. Longhouses need constant maintenance. Roofs leak, walls rot. Boats need work before they're seaworthy. Tools break and need fixing or replacing. Fences fall down. Storage buildings deteriorate. You're either farming or fixing things, with occasional breaks for violence. The daily routine during non-raiding seasons is repetitive. Wake at dawn because there's no artificial lighting and sleeping wastes daylight. Eat porridge. Work in fields or with animals or on construction projects. Eat more porridge. Work more. Eat a final meal. Socialize briefly by firelight. Sleep. Repeat daily until you die or winter arrives. Winter is when raiding stops completely and you're trapped indoors for months. This is when you maintain your weapons and equipment, tell stories, gamble, drink, and try not to kill your family members out of cabin fever. The proximity during winter creates tensions that sometimes explode into violence. Feuds that started over nothing escalate during the forced intimacy of winter longhouse living. The relationship with the land is intimate, but not romantic. You know every field, every rock, every difficult patch of soil. This is your land in a way that goes beyond legal ownership. You've worked it, been frustrated by it, depended on it, fought to keep it. The land is identity and survival merged together. Religious observances happen throughout the year, tied to agricultural cycles. Planting rituals, harvest festivals, winter solstice celebrations. These aren't separate from farming, they're integrated into it. You're asking the gods for good weather, good crops, protection from blight and pests. Religion is practical supplication for agricultural success. The warrior identity exists alongside the farmer identity. You're both. When someone needs killing or there's a raid to join, you pick up weapons and become a warrior. When the fighting ends, you return to farming. The transition is seamless because both roles are necessary for survival. Women in Viking society occupy a paradoxical position. They have more legal rights and social power than women in many contemporary medieval societies. But they're still operating within a fundamentally patriarchal system that limits their options and values them primarily for their reproductive and economic contributions. The legal rights are real. Women can own property, inherit land, divorce their husbands, run businesses, and represent themselves in some legal proceedings. A widow inherits her husband's property and manages it until sons come of age or she remarries. This gives some women substantial economic power. The lady of a household controls significant resources, makes important decisions, and commands respect from both family and thralls. The keys she wears on her belt are symbols of real authority. But the authority is bounded. Women can't be warriors in the professional sense, with rare exceptions that are debated endlessly by historians. The sagas mention shield maidens, but how many actually existed versus being literary inventions is unclear. The archaeological evidence for female warriors exists, but is limited. A few graves contain women buried with weapons, but whether they used those weapons in life or were buried with them for symbolic reasons is debated. The practical reality is that most Viking women are not warriors because the physical demands of combat favor male physiology and the social structure is built around male violence. The domestic sphere is where women's power manifests. Managing the household during the months when men are raiding or trading is not trivial work. You're running a complex operation that includes farming, food preservation, textile production, managing thralls, raising children, maintaining buildings, and handling any crises that arise. The household succeeds or fails based partly on the competence of the woman managing it. A skilled household manager is as valuable as a skilled warrior. The economic contributions of women are massive and largely invisible. Textile production alone represents hundreds of hours of labor per year. Every piece of clothing anyone wears was spun, woven, and sewn by women. Every sail that powers a longship was made by women. The economic value of this work is enormous, but because it happens in the domestic sphere, it doesn't get the recognition that raiding does. Marriage for women is simultaneously opportunity and constraint. It's your path to social status and economic security, but your options for whom you marry are limited by your family's negotiations. Love might happen, but it's not required or even particularly relevant to the arrangement. You're marrying into an economic partnership where your contribution is household management and childbearing in exchange for support and social position. Childbearing is expected, dangerous, and repetitive. You'll likely be pregnant many times in your life. Some pregnancies end in miscarriage. Some end in stillbirth. Some end in live births that are followed by infant death. Some end in your own death from complications. The maternal mortality rate is horrific. Pregnancy is a life-threatening condition that you're expected to endure repeatedly because children are essential for household survival and continuation of family lines. Divorce is legally available, but socially complicated. Women can initiate divorce for valid reasons, but doing so means navigating complex property divisions, child custody arrangements, and potential loss of social position. A divorced woman might struggle to remarry if her reputation is damaged. The freedom to divorce exists, but using it carries costs that make women think carefully before pursuing it. Violence against women exists and is complicated by the honor culture. A husband beating his wife is legally his right within certain bounds. Excessive violence can be grounds for divorce, but the definition of excessive is generous. Rape of free women is a serious crime, but rape of thralls is the owner's prerogative. Sexual violence operates on a class system where the legal protection you receive depends on your social status. Cider, the magical practice associated with women, gives some women power through supernatural means, or at least perceived supernatural means. The practitioners of cider are respected and feared, consulted for divination and healing, but also suspected of using their powers for harm. The ambivalence toward female magic practitioners reflects broader ambivalence toward female power in general. Some women become wealthy and powerful through their own efforts, typically as widows who inherit and skillfully manage resources. or as exceptionally talented craftswomen, or through strategic marriages and political maneuvering. These exceptional women are remembered in sagas and leave historical traces. But they're exceptional precisely because most women don't have these opportunities or abilities. The transition to Christianity affects women's status in complex ways. Some legal rights are curtailed. Divorce becomes harder. But Christianity also provides new roles for women through the church. Some women become abbesses with significant authority. The Christian emphasis on marriage fidelity benefits women by theoretically limiting men's sexual exploitation of thralls and concubines, though practice doesn't always match theory. The end of the Viking Age doesn't happen suddenly with a decisive battle or conquest. It's a gradual transformation that takes place over roughly 200 years as Scandinavian societies integrate into Christian European civilization. By the mid-1100s, Vikings as a distinct cultural group have largely ceased to exist, replaced by Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes, who happen to descend from Vikings but live very different lives. The factors driving the end are multiple and interconnected. Christianization is primary. As Scandinavian kingdoms convert to Christianity, the ideological justification for raiding Christian lands disappears. A Christian king can't officially support pagan raids on fellow Christians. The church actively works to eliminate Viking culture, condemning violence, outlawing pagan practices, promoting literacy and written law. The transformation is spiritual, legal, and cultural simultaneously. Political consolidation plays a major role. Norway, Denmark, and Sweden emerge as centralized kingdoms with kings who claim authority over territories that were previously loose confederations of independent jarls. Centralized monarchy is incompatible with the decentralized raiding culture. Kings want stable borders, diplomatic relations with other kingdoms, and internal peace. The independent warrior going off to raid without royal permission becomes a criminal rather than a hero. The improvement of European defenses makes raiding less profitable and more dangerous. By the late Viking Age, European kingdoms have fortified their coasts, established warning systems, organized rapid response forces. Raiding a well-defended monastery or town is no longer easy pickings. The risk-reward calculation shifts toward other economic activities. Trading becomes more profitable than raiding as Scandinavian merchants integrate into European commercial networks. The economic incentives that drove raiding diminish as legitimate trade opportunities expand. Why risk death raiding when you can make money trading? The answer for an increasing number of Scandinavians is that trading is safer and more sustainable. Settlement and integration dilute Viking culture. The Norse settlers in England, Ireland, Normandy, Russia, they intermarry with local populations and adopt local customs. Within 2 or 3 generations, their descendants are culturally indistinguishable from their neighbors. The Viking identity gets absorbed into hybrid identities that blend Norse and local elements. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 is sometimes cited as marking the end of the Viking Age. The Norwegian king Harald Hardrada invades England and is defeated and killed. This is one of the last major Viking raids on England. 3 weeks later, William the Conqueror, himself descended from Vikings who settled in Normandy, invades and conquers England. The irony is thick. Vikings defeat Vikings, and the victor is a Christianized, Francified descendant of Norse, raiders who's more French than Scandinavian. The institutional changes are profound. The thing assemblies become more formalized and bureaucratized under Christian kingship. Written law codes replace oral tradition. Professional administrators replace warrior farmers in governance roles. The social structure shifts from honor-based reciprocity to hierarchical feudalism imported from continental Europe. Military technology and tactics evolve away from Viking methods. Heavy cavalry becomes dominant in European warfare. Castles become the key strategic points. The longship's advantages diminish as naval warfare becomes more sophisticated. The shield wall gives way to different tactical formations. Vikings don't become obsolete militarily. They just integrate into broader European military systems where their specific advantages no longer define combat. The cultural memory of the Viking Age persists, but becomes romanticized and distorted. The sagas get written down, edited, Christianized. They preserve some authentic Viking culture, but through a lens that's already nostalgic for a lost past. By the High Middle Ages, Scandinavians are telling stories about their Viking ancestors the way people always tell stories about earlier generations. Emphasizing the good parts, downplaying the bad parts, creating usable myths rather than accurate history. Economic changes matter more than people realize. The rise of towns, the monetization of the economy, the growth of craft specialization, all these developments make the old Viking lifestyle obsolete. You can't be a part-time farmer and part-time raider in an increasingly urbanized, commercialized society. You have to choose. Farmer, merchant, craftsman, soldier in a king's army. The multifaceted Viking identity doesn't fit the new economic structures. Environmental factors may contribute. The medieval warm period that made North Atlantic navigation easier is ending. The Little Ice Age is beginning. Greenland becomes less habitable. The sea routes to North America become more dangerous. The climate that enabled Viking expansion starts working against them. Climate determinism is controversial, but probably plays some role. The psychological shift is harder to document, but probably significant. Generations growing up Christian, in stable kingdoms, with written laws and institutional authority, they don't have the same worldview as their pagan raiding ancestors. The values that made sense in 9th century Norway don't make sense in 13th century Norway. Cultural evolution happens through generational change, not dramatic moments. By 1300, the transformation is complete. Scandinavia is thoroughly Christian, thoroughly feudal, thoroughly integrated into European civilization. The Viking Age is history, preserved in sagas and archaeological remains and genetic legacy, but no longer a lived reality. The archaeological evidence of Viking life tells a story that's both more mundane and more brutal than the sagas suggest. What survives in the ground are the physical remnants of daily existence. And these remnants paint a picture of a culture that was simultaneously sophisticated and savage, innovative and incredibly harsh. Burial sites are the richest source of archaeological data. The grave goods buried with the dead provide direct evidence of what Vikings valued and owned. Weapons, jewelry, tools, household items, sometimes entire ships. The wealthy are buried with extensive goods reflecting their status. The poor get minimal burials with few or no grave goods. The inequality is preserved in the archaeological record as clearly as it existed in life. The human remains themselves, tells stories. Skeletons show patterns of injury, disease, and physical stress. Warriors have healed weapon wounds, broken bones, signs of hard physical labor. Women show stress markers from repeated childbearing and heavy domestic work. Children's skeletons reveal malnutrition and disease. The teeth of everyone show decay, wear from gritty bread, and general poor dental health. These bones document the physical cost of Viking life in ways the sagas never mention. Settlement archaeology reveals the layout and structure of Viking communities. The longhouses, workshops, storage buildings, wells, latrines, all preserved to varying degrees. You can see where people lived, worked, ate, slept, defecated. The material culture is extensive. Pottery shards, metal fragments, animal bones from meals, broken tools, discarded garbage. Garbage is incredibly valuable to archaeologists because people throw away the detritus of daily life without thinking about historical preservation. Analysis of food remains shows diet composition. The bones of fish, cattle, sheep, pigs, birds. The seeds and pollen that indicate which crops were grown. The chemical analysis of residues that reveal what was cooked in which vessels. The isotope analysis of human bones that shows what individuals actually ate throughout their lives. The archaeological food evidence confirms that diet was grain-heavy, protein-modest, and nutritionally deficient by modern standards. The evidence of violence is extensive. Mass graves from battles or massacres, individual skeletons showing unhealed combat wounds, weapons found in contexts suggesting they were used in anger, fortifications built to defend against attack. The physical evidence of Viking violence is unambiguous and widespread. Trade goods found far from their origin points document the extent of Viking trading networks. Arabic silver coins in Scandinavian hoards, Byzantine silk in Norwegian graves, Frankish weapons in Danish settlements. The movement of goods across vast distances is traceable through archaeological finds. The Vikings were more connected to the broader world than their remote geography might suggest. The ship finds are spectacular when they occur. The Oseberg ship, the Gokstad ship, other vessels preserved in burial mounds or underwater. These ships demonstrate the sophistication of Viking shipbuilding and provide concrete evidence of the technology that enabled their expansion. Seeing an actual Viking ship is different from reading descriptions. The engineering is impressive and the craftsmanship is beautiful. Runestones provide written evidence, though limited. The inscriptions commemorate the dead, announce property ownership, record significant events. The information is fragmentary, but valuable. The runes are one of the few forms of Viking writing that survives, and they're often surprisingly personal. A father mourning a son killed in a distant land. A woman declaring her ownership of property. These brief texts humanize the archaeological record. Environmental archaeology shows how Vikings altered their landscapes. Deforestation from timber harvesting, soil erosion from farming. The environmental impact of settlement is visible in pollen records and geological layers. Vikings were not living in harmony with nature. They were exploiting it aggressively for survival. DNA analysis is modern archaeology's most powerful tool. Genetic studies of modern populations show Viking ancestry spread across Europe. Analysis of ancient DNA from burials reveals family relationships, population movements, ethnic mixing. The genetic evidence confirms what historical sources suggest. Vikings traveled widely, settled in diverse locations, and mixed extensively with local populations. The preservation of organic materials varies by burial conditions. Waterlogged sites preserve wood and leather that normally decay. Frozen sites preserve textiles and even food. Dry sites preserve bones, but not soft tissues. The archaeological record is biased toward materials that don't decay and conditions that prevent decay. What survives is not representative of what existed. Metal, stone, and bone are overrepresented. Wood, leather, and textile are underrepresented unless conditions are ideal. This skews our understanding toward durable goods and away from the perishable materials that composed most of daily life. Experimental archaeology fills some gaps. Modern people attempting to build Viking ships, forge Viking weapons, farm with Viking methods. These experiments demonstrate what's possible and what's difficult using period-appropriate technology. Turns out that building a longship with Viking tools is incredibly time-consuming. Farming with a wooden plow is backbreaking. Living in a longhouse is smoky and uncomfortable. The experimental evidence supports the conclusion that Viking life was physically demanding beyond modern comprehension. The mythology that survives about Vikings comes primarily from sources written down centuries after Christianization, which means we're reading Viking beliefs through a Christian filter. The Prose Edda and Poetic Edda, our main sources for Norse mythology, were compiled in Iceland in the 1200s by Christian scholars recording oral traditions. How much is authentic pagan belief versus Christian interpretation versus literary invention is debatable and probably unknowable. The cosmology is complex. 9 realms connected by the world tree Yggdrasil. Gods, giants, elves, dwarves, humans, all occupying different realms but interacting. The structure is not systematic theology. It's a collection of sometimes contradictory stories that reflect different regional traditions and time periods mashed together. Odin is the All-Father, god of wisdom, war, death, poetry, and magic. He sacrificed an eye for wisdom. He hung himself on Yggdrasil for 9 days to learn the runes. He's collecting warriors in Valhalla for the final battle at Ragnarok. Odin is not a comforting god. He's cunning, dangerous, willing to betray his followers if it serves his larger purposes. You worship Odin because he's powerful and you want his favor, not because he loves you. Thor is more relatable, the god of thunder and strength, protector of humanity against giants. Thor's hammer Mjolnir is a symbol of protection and consecration. Thor is straightforward where Odin is subtle. He solves problems by hitting them really hard. For common people, Thor might be more immediately useful than Odin. You want Thor protecting your crops from storms, your ship from sea monsters, your community from giants, whether literal or metaphorical. Freya and Freyr are fertility deities associated with prosperity, sex, and growth. Freya is also a war goddess who claims half the battle dead for her hall. The combination of fertility and war in one deity makes sense in a culture where both are essential to survival. Freyr is associated with peace, prosperity, and good harvests. The worship of these deities involves sacrifices and festivals tied to agricultural cycles. Loki is the trickster, neither fully god nor fully giant, causing problems and occasionally solving them. Loki is Odin's blood brother and also his enemy. Loki's children include the wolf Fenrir, who will kill Odin at Ragnarok, the serpent Jormungandr, who will kill Thor, and Hel, who rules the realm of the dead. Loki represents chaos, change, the destabilizing element that drives the mythology's narrative toward its inevitable conclusion. Ragnarok is the prophesied end of the world. The gods know it's coming. They know they'll lose. They prepare anyway, because fighting destiny with full knowledge of inevitable defeat is the ultimate expression of Viking values. The gods die, the world burns, everything ends. Then the world is reborn, and the cycle potentially continues. This eschatology is unusual in European mythologies and might reflect Zoroastrian influence through trade contacts. The afterlife options are varied and sometimes contradictory. Valhalla for warriors who die in battle, Helheim for those who die of disease or old age, Freya's Hall for some of the battle dead, drowning victims going to Rand's Hall beneath the sea. The specifics vary by source and probably by regional tradition. The common thread is that how you die determines where you go, which creates strong incentive to die the right way. The supernatural beings beyond gods are numerous. Elves of different types, dwarves who craft magical items, giants who represent chaos and natural forces, Norns who control fate, Valkyries who choose who dies in battle, Draugr, the undead who haunt their burial mounds, Landvater, spirits associated with specific locations. The supernatural landscape is crowded and complex. The religious practices are decentralized and varied. No priesthood in the Christian sense. Chieftains often perform sacrificial rites. Some individuals specialize in religious knowledge or cedar magic, but it's not a formalized clergy. The practices vary by region, change over time, get influenced by contact with other cultures. Norse paganism is not a unified religion with consistent doctrine. It's a collection of related practices and beliefs. The survival of mythology through Christian sources creates interpretation problems. How much of what we read about Thor and Odin reflects what Vikings actually believed versus what Christian scholars thought Vikings believed versus what made good literature? The question is probably unanswerable. We have the texts that survive, and they're valuable, but they're not transparent windows into pagan belief. The archaeological evidence of religious practice is limited. Temple sites that might be temples or might be chieftains' halls. Sacrificial deposits of weapons and valuables in bogs. Burial practices that suggest belief in afterlife. Amulets and symbols carved or worn. The physical evidence is fragmentary and open to interpretation. The impact of this mythology on modern culture is enormous, despite the fragmentary sources. Thor's hammer symbols, Valhalla references, Norse mythology and popular culture. The survival and revival of interest in Viking mythology is partly authentic cultural preservation and partly romantic invention of a lost pagan past that never quite existed the way moderns imagine it. The popular image of Vikings is a mix of authentic history, romantic invention, and outright fabrication. Understanding what's real versus what's Hollywood requires separating the archaeological and historical evidence from the myths that developed long after the Viking Age ended. The horned helmets are fiction. No authentic Viking helmet has ever been found with horns. This image was invented in the 1800s by romantic artists and opera designers who thought horns looked dramatic and primitive. Vikings wore simple conical or rounded helmets when they wore helmets at all, which most couldn't afford. The horned helmet myth is so pervasive that correcting it feels like ruining people's fun. But historical accuracy matters more than entertaining myths. The image of Vikings as filthy barbarians is partly propaganda and partly selective truth. Vikings were actually relatively clean by medieval standards, bathing more frequently than many Christian Europeans. But relative cleanliness doesn't mean modern cleanliness. They still lived in smoke-filled longhouses, wore the same clothes for extended periods, and dealt with lice and other parasites. calling them clean or dirty depends on your comparison point. The berserker mythology has been wildly exaggerated. Berserkers existed, but they weren't supernatural warriors immune to pain. They were men who fought in altered states through drugs, religious ecstasy, or psychological conditioning. The sagas exaggerate their abilities for dramatic effect. A berserker was dangerous and unpredictable, not invincible. The romantic image of Viking explorers boldly going where no one had gone before ignores the Irish monks who reached Iceland before the Norse, and the indigenous peoples who were definitely in North America before Leif Erikson showed up. Vikings were impressive navigators and explorers by European standards, but they weren't discovering empty lands. They were encountering and often displacing people who were already there. The Shield Maiden mythology is based on thin historical evidence blown up into major cultural myths. A handful of graves contain women buried with weapons. The sagas mention female warriors. Some historical accounts describe women fighting, but the extent to which women participated in warfare as regular combatants versus exceptional cases is debated. The archaeological evidence doesn't support the idea that women warriors were common. They existed, probably, but they were exceptional rather than typical. The noble savage myth portrays Vikings as proud, free warriors unburdened by civilization's constraints. This is romantic nonsense. Vikings had rigid social hierarchies, owned slaves, enforced conformity through honor culture, and had plenty of their own oppressive social constraints. They weren't free spirits. They were members of a conservative, hierarchical, often brutal society. The idea that Vikings were all blonde and blue-eyed is genetic oversimplification. Viking populations included people with varied appearances. They encountered and integrated with populations across Europe and beyond. DNA evidence shows genetic diversity within Viking populations. The stereotype comes from later racial ideologies that tried to claim Vikings as pure Nordic ancestors, which is both historically inaccurate and ideologically motivated. The drinking culture gets exaggerated into constant drunken revelry. Vikings drank mead and beer when available, but most of the time they were working too hard for recreational drinking to be practical. Feasts involved heavy drinking, but feasts were occasional events, not daily occurrences. The image of Vikings as perpetually drunk warriors comes more from Hollywood than from historical sources. The supposed Viking love of battle is overstated. Vikings fought when necessary for survival, profit, or honor. But they weren't seeking glorious death for its own sake, except in specific religious contexts, like ensuring Valhalla entry. Most Vikings preferred to survive battles and enjoy the profits rather than dying gloriously. The death before dishonor ethos existed, but it competed with pragmatic self-preservation instincts. The image of Vikings burning and pillaging indiscriminately ignores the extensive trading, farming, crafting, and peaceful settlement that occupied most of their time. Raiding was economically important, but it wasn't the totality of Viking existence. Most Vikings were farmers who occasionally raided, not professional raiders who occasionally farmed. The romantic Viking funeral with the burning ship sent out to sea is mostly myth. Ship burials happened, but they involved burying the ship or burning it on land and then burying the remains. Sending a burning ship out to sea is impractical, wasteful, and not well documented historically. It makes for dramatic visuals, but poor historical accuracy. The popular misconception that Vikings had no culture beyond violence and raiding ignores their sophisticated art, complex legal systems, rich oral literary tradition, skilled craftsmanship, and nuanced social structures. Vikings were a complex culture with violence as one component among many. Not barbarians whose only accomplishment was hitting things with axes. The truth is more complicated and more interesting than either the romantic myths or the barbaric stereotypes suggest. Vikings were humans dealing with the challenges of medieval existence using the tools and cultural frameworks available to them. The psychological reality of living as a Viking warrior means existing in a constant state of cognitive dissonance between cultural ideals and brutal reality. You're told that dying in battle is glorious, but you really don't want to die. You're told that honor is more important than life, but you have a family depending on you. You're told that revenge is mandatory, but revenge feuds destroy families. Navigating these contradictions is the daily mental work of being a Viking. The honor culture creates impossible standards. You must be brave, but not reckless. Aggressive, but not uncontrolled. Loyal to your jarl, but also to your family. And those loyalties sometimes conflict. Generous with wealth, but also successful at accumulating it. The contradictions are inherent to the system, and everyone knows it. But nobody can acknowledge it without appearing weak. The constant performance of masculinity is exhausting. You can't show fear even when you're terrified. You can't show pain even when you're injured. You can't show uncertainty even when you have no idea what to do. The masculine ideal is superhuman strength and confidence, and failing to perform it even briefly can damage your reputation permanently. The pressure creates men who internalize aggression, can't process emotions healthily, and express distress through violence. The trauma of combat is real, but unacknowledged. You kill someone, and you're supposed to feel proud of your prowess. Instead, you're haunted by their face, by the sounds they made, by the feeling of your weapon entering their body. You can't talk about this because expressing doubt or guilt about killing makes you seem weak. So you drink to forget, or you throw yourself into more violence, hoping it will make you numb, or you just suffer in silence. The survivor's guilt is intense. Your friend dies in battle, and you survive. The culture says this is fate, that the Norns control who dies and who lives, that it's not your fault. But you watched him die and you couldn't help. Or maybe you could have helped, but didn't want to risk yourself. And that knowledge eats at you. The culture provides no framework for processing this guilt productively. The relationship between fatalism and personal responsibility creates confusion. If the Norns control your fate, why does your behavior matter? But the culture demands that you fight hard, make good choices, act honorably. You're simultaneously powerless against fate and responsible for your actions. The philosophical contradiction is unresolvable, so most people just don't think about it too deeply. The family bonds are simultaneously the strongest thing in your life and a source of constant stress. You love your children, but they might die before reaching adulthood, and there's nothing you can do about it. You love your wife, but childbirth might kill her, and you'll have to watch her suffer. You love your parents, but they're aging in a world with no geriatric medicine, and you'll watch them decline. The emotional reality of Viking family life is bittersweet at best, tragic at worst. The economic anxiety never stops. Will the crops succeed? Will the winter stores last? Will the raid be profitable, or will you come home with nothing? Will disease kill the livestock? Will rival families challenge your land claims? The uncertainty is constant and the stakes are survival. Modern people worry about job security and retirement savings. Vikings worry about literal starvation and violent dispossession. The religious uncertainty is more significant than people acknowledge. You perform the sacrifices and you honor the gods. But do the gods actually care? Do they even exist? These doubts are heretical, but they're also human. When bad things happen despite your offerings, when prayers go unanswered, when the gods seem absent, doubt creeps in. You can't voice these doubts without social consequences, so they remain private torments. The awareness of your own limitations is humbling and frustrating. You're a warrior, but you're not the strongest. You're a farmer, but your yields are mediocre. You're a father, but your children might not respect you. You're a husband, but your wife might be more competent at household management than you are at warfare. The cultural narrative emphasizes greatness, but most people are average by definition. And being average in Viking culture feels like failure. The aging process is psychologically brutal. You feel yourself getting slower, weaker, less capable. Your son is becoming stronger than you. Your place in the shield wall is less secure. Your value to the community is diminishing. The culture has some respect for elders, but it's based on wisdom and past achievements, not on age itself. If you haven't accomplished much, or if you can't contribute wisdom, aging is just decline without compensation. The awareness that most of what you do will be forgotten is quietly devastating. You work hard, fight bravely, try to be a good father and husband, and in 3 generations, nobody will remember your name. The sagas preserve famous people, but you're not famous. You're just a person trying to survive in difficult circumstances, and your struggles will vanish as completely as you will. The technological limitations of Viking Age Scandinavia define what's possible in daily life. Understanding these limitations helps explain why Viking existence was so physically demanding, and why options that seem obvious to modern people simply didn't exist. Metallurgy is sophisticated for the era, but primitive by modern standards. Ironworking requires heating iron to the point where it becomes workable, hammering it into shape, treating it to harden it. The process is time-consuming, fuel-intensive, and requires significant skill. The quality of iron varies based on ore source and processing method. Some Viking iron is quite good, some is brittle or poorly refined. There's no quality control beyond the smith's judgment. Steel exists, but it's expensive and difficult to produce. Pattern welding, creating blades from multiple strips of iron and steel twisted together, produces beautiful and relatively strong weapons. But it's labor-intensive and requires master-level skill. Most tools and weapons are plain iron because that's what's affordable and practical. Tool steel, stainless steel, high-carbon steel, these materials don't exist yet. What you get is what a competent blacksmith can produce with available resources. Textile production is entirely manual. Every thread is spun by hand on a spindle or spinning wheel. Every piece of fabric is woven on a manual loom. A single wool cloak represents dozens of hours of labor. Clothing is expensive in labor terms, even if the raw materials are cheap. This is why people own so few clothes and wear them until they fall apart. The concept of fast fashion is incomprehensible when fashion requires months of hand labor. Food preservation relies on salt, smoke, drying, and fermentation. These methods work, but they're imperfect. Food still spoils. Preservation quality varies. What modern people accomplish with refrigeration and canning Vikings attempt with techniques that are thousands of years old and only partially effective. The high rate of food spoilage is accepted as inevitable. You preserve what you can and accept that some loss is unavoidable. Light sources are limited to fire and whatever you can burn. Tallow candles made from animal fat provide flickering light and smell terrible when burning. Oil lamps using fish oil or seal oil are better, but still produce minimal light and create smoke. The long winter nights are spent in near darkness or smoky dimness. Activities that require good light have to happen during daylight hours. Reading at night is nearly impossible even for the literate few. Water has to be carried from sources to where it's needed. No running water means every drop used for cooking, cleaning, drinking, or bathing has to be physically transported in buckets or containers. The labor involved in basic water usage limits how much water gets used for anything beyond essential purposes. Bathing uses less water because heating and transporting large quantities is exhausting. Heating is entirely dependent on burning wood or peat. No thermostats, no central heating, no ability to regulate temperature precisely. You're either too cold or uncomfortably hot from being too close to the fire. The amount of fuel required to keep a longhouse marginally warm through winter is enormous. Deforestation around Viking settlements is partly driven by the constant need for fuel. Navigation tools are crude by later standards. No magnetic compass, no sextant, no precise maps. Vikings navigate by the sun, stars, landmarks, seabirds, watercolor, and accumulated knowledge passed down through generations. It works well enough that they cross the Atlantic. But the margin for error is significant. Getting lost at sea is a real and constant risk. Medical tools don't really exist beyond basic implements. You have knives for cutting, needles for suturing wounds, probes for removing foreign objects. There's no anesthesia beyond alcohol. There are no antibiotics. There are herbal remedies of varying effectiveness. Surgery is crude when it happens at all. The medical toolkit is barely adequate for minor injuries and completely inadequate for serious trauma or disease. Agricultural tools are simple and inefficient. Wooden plows don't dig very deep. Sickles for harvesting are slow. Threshing is done by beaten grain with sticks. Everything takes longer and requires more physical effort than it would with later agricultural technology. A task that takes hours with modern equipment takes days with Viking tools. The wheel exists, but isn't as universally useful as you'd think. Wheeled carts work on flat, hard ground, but much of Scandinavia is hilly, rocky, or muddy. Sleds are often more practical than wheels. Transportation by ship is more efficient than land transport for anything beyond local distances. The lack of good roads makes wheeled vehicles less revolutionary than they were in flatter, more developed regions. Writing materials are scarce and expensive. Vellum made from animal skins is labor-intensive to produce. Most communication is oral because writing is too expensive and most people are illiterate anyway. The lack of widespread literacy means knowledge has to be memorized and transmitted orally, which limits how complex and extensive that knowledge can become. The comparison between Viking life and modern existence highlights just how much has changed in 1,000 years. Almost every aspect of daily life that modern people take for granted would be incomprehensible luxury to Vikings, while Viking life would be unbearable hardship to modern people. The most obvious difference is material comfort. Modern homes have temperature control, soft furniture, private rooms, running water, electricity, entertainment systems, appliances that do work automatically. Viking homes have a fire, some benches, shared sleeping areas, and that's about it. The gap in basic comfort is so enormous that direct comparison almost seems unfair. Health and medicine represent another massive gulf. Modern people live to 70, 80, 90 years old. We survive cancer, heart disease, infections, injuries that would kill Vikings easily. We have pain management, anesthesia, antibiotics, vaccines, surgical techniques that seem like magic compared to Viking medicine. A modern emergency room could save most Vikings who died of treatable conditions. A Viking healer in a modern hospital would be completely lost. Food security is radically different. Modern people in developed countries worry about diet and nutrition, but rarely about actual starvation. Vikings face potential starvation every winter if preservation fails or harvests are bad. Modern grocery stores have more variety in one aisle than a Viking sees in a lifetime. The effort required to acquire food is incomparable. Modern shopping trip versus months of farming, hunting, preserving. Communication and information access create unbridgeable gaps. Modern people can access nearly all human knowledge instantly through devices that fit in pockets. Vikings rely on oral tradition and the few people who can read rare manuscripts. The information available to an average modern person with internet access exceeds what the most educated Viking scholar could dream of accessing. Transportation differences are equally stark. Modern people cross oceans in hours. Vikings take weeks or months and risk drowning. Modern people commute distances that would take Vikings days to travel. The longship that enabled Viking expansion seems quaint compared to cars, trains, and airplanes. Even basic bicycles would revolutionize Viking transportation. Legal systems and personal safety differ fundamentally. Modern people live under institutional law enforcement with defined rights and procedures. Vikings navigate honor culture where violence is self-administered justice. Modern people can walk alone without carrying weapons. Vikings who travel unarmed are asking to be victimized. The baseline level of personal safety that modern society provides would seem utopian to Vikings. Gender equality and personal freedom represent complete worldview shifts. Modern women can own property, vote, work any profession, choose their partners, control their reproduction. Viking women have some rights, but operate within rigid patriarchy. Modern people choose their careers and lives. Vikings are largely locked into social positions determined by birth. The expansion of freedom and equality over the past 1,000 years is revolutionary. Childhood and education have transformed entirely. Modern children attend school for years, play freely, have legal protections, are valued as individuals. Viking children work from age 5, receive minimal education, and are valued primarily as future laborers. The concept of childhood as a protected period of development is modern invention. Entertainment and leisure time are incomparable. Modern people have endless entertainment options: streaming, gaming, sports, hobbies, travel. Vikings have storytelling, board games, drinking, and physical contests. Modern people have leisure time as a normal part of life. Vikings work constantly for survival with occasional festivals as breaks. Hygiene and sanitation advances have eliminated diseases that decimated Viking populations. Modern people bathe daily with hot water, use toilets that remove waste hygienically, have soap and cleaning products that actually work. Vikings bathe occasionally, use primitive latrines, live with parasites and filth. The difference in disease burden is massive. Life expectancy is perhaps the starkest comparison. Modern people expect to live 70+ years. Vikings who make it to 40 are elderly. Modern children expect to reach adulthood. Half of Viking children die young. The multiplication of human lifespan through medicine, nutrition, and safety is one of history's greatest achievements. The psychological differences are subtler but significant. Modern people can plan long-term futures with reasonable confidence. Vikings live with constant uncertainty about survival. Modern people have individual identity, partly separate from family and community. Vikings are defined almost entirely by family relationships and social position. Modern concepts of self-actualization and personal fulfillment would seem bizarre to people focused on basic survival. The technological gap makes Vikings and modern people almost different species in terms of capability. A modern person transported to Viking times would die quickly without survival skills. A Viking transported to modern times would be overwhelmed by complexity and novelty. The mutual incomprehension would be nearly total. Understanding these differences helps appreciate both how far humanity has come and how recent most modern advantages are. The Vikings lived just 1,000 years ago, barely 40 generations. Yet their world is almost alien compared to modern existence. Progress is real, and the improvements in human life are substantial and worth preserving. The legacy of Vikings in modern culture is pervasive, contradictory, and often disconnected from historical reality. Vikings have been appropriated for everything from sports team names to white supremacist iconography to children's cartoons. Understanding which aspects of this legacy connect to actual Viking culture versus modern invention matters for historical accuracy. The language legacy is substantial and undeniable. English contains hundreds of words borrowed from Old Norse through Viking settlement in Britain. Sky, knife, husband, window, ugly, take, get, they, their, them, all come from Norse. Place names across Britain, Ireland, and Normandy preserve Viking settlement patterns. Any English place name ending in by, Thorpe, or Thwaite indicates Viking origin. The linguistic influence is permanent and widespread. The genetic legacy spreads across Europe and beyond. DNA studies show Viking ancestry in populations from Iceland to Russia, from Ireland to Constantinople. The genetic mixing that happened through settlement, intermarriage, and yes, rape during raids, has left traces that modern genetics can identify. Millions of people carry Viking genetic markers whether they know it or not. The legal legacy is subtle, but real. The concept of trial by jury might have roots in thing assembly practices. Some property law concepts in England and other regions influenced by Vikings trace back to Norse customs. The democratic traditions of Iceland claim continuity from Viking Age assemblies. How much is genuine continuity versus later invention of pedigree is debatable. The cultural legacy in Scandinavia is complex. Modern Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes are direct descendants of Vikings, but their cultures have changed enormously through Christianization, modernization, and integration into European civilization. They claim Viking heritage selectively, emphasizing exploration and craftsmanship while downplaying slavery and violence. The romanticization of Vikings in popular culture starts in the 18th and 19th centuries with nationalist movements seeking heroic pasts. German and Scandinavian romantics invented the image of noble Norse warriors that bears little resemblance to historical reality. This romantic Viking became a symbol, of Nordic racial purity for racist ideologies, which is historically ironic given that actual Vikings mixed extensively with other populations. The modern revival of interest in Vikings produces everything from serious academic study to Renaissance fair cosplay to neo-pagan religious movements. Asatru and other modern Norse pagan revivals attempt to reconstruct Viking religion based on surviving sources. How authentic these reconstructions are is questionable, since the sources are incomplete and filtered through Christianity. The sports team appropriation of Viking imagery is mostly harmless commercialization. The Minnesota Vikings, various European football clubs, using Viking imagery for marketing. It's cultural appropriation in the loosest sense, but nobody's seriously claiming that football players are actual Viking warriors. The TV and film depictions of Vikings range from historically informed to completely fantasy. Shows like Vikings and The Last Kingdom attempt some historical accuracy mixed with dramatic license. Marvel's Thor is pure fantasy using Norse names for comic book characters. The spectrum of accuracy is wide, and audiences mostly don't distinguish between levels of historical basis. The white supremacist appropriation of Viking imagery is both predictable and historically absurd. Modern racists claim Vikings as pure white ancestors, while ignoring that historical Vikings traded with, learned from, and mixed with Arab, Byzantine, Slavic, and other populations. The swastika, originally a symbol found in many cultures, including Viking-influenced areas, was appropriated by Nazis and now carries that association. Viking symbols get misused similarly. The craftsman legacy survives in appreciation for Viking shipbuilding, metalwork, and artistic designs. Modern people respect Viking craftsmanship as evidence that medieval people weren't primitive. The intricate animal designs on Viking artifacts, the engineering of longships, the quality of pattern-welded blades, all demonstrate sophisticated skill that modern people can appreciate, even if they can't replicate it without modern tools. The exploration legacy is probably the most positively remembered aspect. Vikings reaching North America centuries before Columbus challenges Eurocentric historical narratives. The voyages to Iceland, Greenland, and Vinland demonstrate courage and navigational skill, even if the subsequent settlements often failed. Modern exploration narratives sometimes invoke Viking precedents. The business legacy is seen in modern Scandinavian countries claiming Viking heritage for their economic success. Norway's oil wealth gets connected to Viking trading traditions through dubious historical continuity. The narrative is that modern Scandinavian prosperity comes partly from Viking entrepreneurial spirit. This is mostly nationalist mythology, but it's persistent mythology. The feminist appropriation of shield maidens creates modern warrior woman imagery that has thin historical basis, but serves contemporary political purposes. Using Vikings to argue for gender equality is historically creative, given that Viking society was quite patriarchal. But movements use whatever historical examples they can find to support modern goals. The academic study of Vikings has advanced enormously through archaeology, DNA analysis, and linguistic study. Modern historians have more evidence and better analytical tools than ever before. The academic understanding of Vikings is sophisticated and nuanced, which makes the gap between scholarly knowledge and popular misconception even wider. The environmental impact of Viking settlements was substantial and often destructive. which contradicts modern romanticized notions of indigenous peoples living in harmony with nature. Vikings exploited their environment aggressively for survival, and the ecological consequences were significant and sometimes permanent. Deforestation was immediate and extensive wherever Vikings settled. Trees provided timber for houses, ships, fuel, and tools. The construction of a single longship required dozens of mature oak trees selected for specific grain patterns and shapes. A settlement of even moderate size consumed forests rapidly. Iceland was partially forested when Vikings arrived. Within centuries, most of the trees were gone, cut down for timber and fuel or lost to sheep grazing, preventing regeneration. The environmental change was so severe that it's still visible today. Soil erosion followed deforestation and overgrazing. Without tree roots to hold soil in place, rain and wind eroded topsoil. Viking farming practices, particularly in marginal lands like Iceland and Greenland, exhausted soil quickly. The combination of deforestation, intensive grazing, and erosion created wastelands in some areas. Parts of Iceland became permanently degraded from Viking-era environmental damage. The introduction of livestock, particularly sheep and goats, transformed landscapes. These animals grazed intensively, preventing forest regeneration and causing erosion. In Greenland, the Viking settlements relied heavily on livestock that required pasture. The grazing pressure combined with the cooling climate contributed to the settlement's eventual failure. The animals ate the landscape faster than it could recover. Hunting pressure depleted wildlife populations. Vikings hunted whales, seals, walrus for meat, oil, and ivory. The hunting was intensive enough to reduce local populations. While Vikings didn't have the technology to cause species extinction, they definitely stressed animal populations in their regions. The archaeological evidence shows changes in species abundance and size over time in areas of Viking settlement. Iron production required enormous amounts of fuel. Smelting iron from ore meant maintaining very hot fires for extended periods. The charcoal production to fuel these fires consumed vast quantities of wood. Iron production sites show evidence of extensive local deforestation. The environmental cost of metallurgy was high, and Vikings paid it because iron was essential. The peat cutting for fuel in areas without adequate wood created permanent landscape changes. Peat bogs that took thousands of years to form were cut away for fuel in decades or centuries. The loss of peat affected local hydrology and ecology. Some areas never recovered their peat deposits. Waste disposal was crude and created local environmental problems. Garbage and human waste accumulated around settlements, contaminating water sources and creating health hazards. The archaeological record includes massive midden heaps of discarded materials. These waste sites provide valuable information for archaeologists, but they were environmental problems for the Vikings themselves. The Norse settlement of Greenland is a case study in environmental exploitation leading to collapse. The settlers cleared land for pasture, hunted local wildlife intensively, cut whatever trees existed for fuel and timber. As the medieval warm period ended and the Little Ice Age began, the environmental damage combined with climate change made the settlements unsustainable. The Norse abandoned Greenland by the 1400s, leaving behind ruins and degraded landscapes. The walrus hunting was particularly intensive and economically driven. Walrus ivory was a valuable trade good, creating incentive for overhunting. Vikings hunted walrus populations heavily in Iceland, Greenland, and the North Atlantic. The archaeological evidence shows a shift over time to smaller walrus, suggesting population stress from hunting pressure. Water pollution around settlements was inevitable, given the combination of human and animal waste, industrial activities like tanning and dyeing, and limited understanding of water contamination. Wells became contaminated. Streams near settlements carried waste. The health consequences were significant, even if the connection between water quality and disease wasn't understood. The impact on marine environments came through intensive fishing and whaling. Vikings were skilled fishermen who harvested marine resources heavily. While pre-industrial fishing couldn't deplete ocean fish stocks the way modern industrial fishing can, Vikings definitely reduced local fish populations. Cod, herring, other commercial species were caught in quantities that affected local abundance. The agricultural practices were extractive rather than sustainable. Vikings farmed land until yields declined, then either moved to new land or supplemented with raiding and trading. Crop rotation was practiced, but not always effectively. Manuring helped, but couldn't fully compensate for intensive cultivation. The long-term sustainability of Viking farming varied by region and practice. The environmental legacy of Vikings is visible in modern Scandinavian and North Atlantic landscapes. The loss of Iceland's forests, the soil erosion patterns, the introduction of species to new environments, all trace back to Viking settlement. The environmental impact was substantial enough that it still affects these regions 1,000 years later. The lesson is that pre-industrial peoples could and did cause significant environmental damage. Vikings weren't living sustainably in any modern sense. They exploited available resources intensively because survival demanded it. The romantic notion of historical peoples living in ecological balance is mostly myth. Vikings used what they needed and didn't worry about long-term environmental consequences because immediate survival took priority. The question of whether you specifically, as a modern person, could survive as a Viking warrior requires honest assessment of what that life actually demanded versus what modern life has prepared you for. The answer for most people is no. You probably couldn't survive. And here's why. The physical conditioning required is beyond what most modern people possess. Vikings walk everywhere, row for hours, farm by hand, fight in armor. Your baseline fitness level from gym memberships and occasional jogging doesn't translate. You need the endurance to row a longship for 8 hours straight. You need the strength to swing weapons effectively while wearing padding and holding a shield. You need the pain tolerance to work through injuries that would send modern people to the emergency room. Most modern people would collapse from exhaustion within days. The pain tolerance gap is enormous. Modern people take ibuprofen for headaches. Vikings work through broken bones, infected wounds, and chronic injuries without pain medication beyond alcohol. You need to row with blistered hands that have burst and bled. You need to fight while recovering from previous injuries. You need to endure dental pain that would incapacitate modern people. The physical toughness required is incompatible with modern pain sensitivity. The psychological adaptation to constant violence would break most modern people. You need to kill someone in close combat, feel your weapon enter their body, watch them die. Then you need to do it again and again. Modern people are conditioned to see violence as abnormal. Vikings are conditioned to see it as normal problem solving. The mental reconfiguration required is profound and possibly impossible for adults raised in peaceful societies. The social skills required are completely different from modern social navigation. You need to perform aggressive masculinity constantly. You need to respond to insults with violence or accept permanent dishonor. You need to participate in blood feuds that modern people would see as obviously counterproductive. You need to enforce honor codes that seem arbitrary. Modern conflict resolution through talking and compromise marks you as weak. The technical skills gap is underestimated. You need to navigate by stars and landmarks. You need to know which plants are edible. You need to judge weather patterns. You need to understand tides and currents. You need to farm with primitive tools. You need to preserve food effectively. Modern people rely on technology for everything. Without GPS, Googling information, and modern infrastructure, most modern people are helpless. The disease resistance doesn't exist in modern immune systems. You're exposed to parasites, bacteria, and viruses constantly. Your modern immune system is trained on different pathogens. You'll get sick repeatedly from food, water, and close contact with unwashed people. The diseases that Vikings live with as chronic conditions would hospitalize modern people. You have no immunity to 11th century disease environment. The diet would make you miserable and possibly ill. Constant porridge, dried fish, preserved meat with questionable storage, vegetables you're not adapted to eating. Modern digestive systems are sensitive to food changes. The Viking diet would cause digestive distress, nutritional deficiencies, and general misery. You're used to variety and food safety regulations. Vikings eat what's available and hope it doesn't kill them. The sleep deprivation and constant discomfort wear down modern people quickly. You sleep on hard surfaces in cold rooms full of smoke and other people. You're woken by noise, cold, animals, whatever. Deep, uninterrupted sleep is rare. Modern people need 8 hours of quality sleep in comfortable beds. Vikings sleep when they can in whatever conditions exist. Chronic sleep deprivation impairs everything. The lack of modern conveniences creates constant, low-level stress. No coffee to wake up. No hot showers. No comfortable chairs. No temperature control. No privacy. No entertainment beyond what people create. Every moment requires more effort than the modern equivalent. The accumulation of inconveniences is psychologically wearing. Modern people underestimate how much small comforts matter to psychological well-being. The social isolation from modern support systems would be devastating. No texting friends for support, no therapy, no online communities, no ability to leave if you hate it. You're stuck with your Viking community with no escape. Modern people are used to vast social networks and easy communication. Viking social networks are small, local, and inescapable. The moral compromises required conflict with modern ethics. You need to participate in slavery. You need to raid and kill people who haven't personally wronged you. You need to accept women as property. You need to enforce rigid social hierarchies. Modern ethical frameworks make these actions wrong. Viking ethical frameworks make them normal or necessary. Living as a Viking requires abandoning modern morality. The cumulative effect of all these factors means survival probability for a randomly selected modern person is very low. You might survive weeks through novelty and adrenaline. You probably die within months from disease, injury, violence, or simple inability to adapt. The few modern people who might survive long-term are those with wilderness survival skills, high pain tolerance, psychological flexibility, and willingness to completely abandon modern ethics and identity. So here we are at the end of our journey through Viking warrior life. And if you've been paying attention, you understand why the title of this whole exercise is accurate. You wouldn't last a day. Not because you're weak or incompetent by modern standards, but because being a Viking warrior required adaptations to brutal conditions that modern life has made obsolete. The physical demands alone would destroy most modern people within hours. Rowing a longship in open water, fighting in shield wall formation, farming with primitive tools, enduring weather that makes modern winters seem pleasant, all while managing chronic pain and injury without medicine. Your gym-acquired fitness means nothing against the endurance demands of Viking life. You'd be exhausted before the first day ended. The psychological gap is possibly even more insurmountable. Modern people are raised in societies where violence is aberrant, where killing is murder, where individual life has inherent value. Vikings are raised in a culture where violence is normal, where killing in certain contexts is honorable, where your value depends entirely on your utility to the group. Crossing that psychological divide as an adult is probably impossible. You'd break mentally before you broke physically. The technical skills you lack would kill you through incompetence. You can't navigate without GPS. You can't preserve food without refrigeration. You can't identify edible plants without Googling. You can't judge weather without checking your phone. You can't build fire without matches or lighters. Every survival skill that Vikings learn in childhood, you lack completely. Your dependence on technology is total and fatal when that technology disappears. The disease environment would sicken you immediately. Your immune system has no defenses against 11th century pathogens. The parasites, the contaminated water, the proximity to unwashed people and animals, all of it would make you violently ill. What Vikings endure as normal background discomfort would hospitalize you. You'd probably die of dysentery within weeks. The social requirements conflict with every value modern society taught you. You'd have to participate in slavery. You'd have to raid civilians who never wronged you. You'd have to enforce rigid hierarchies that contradict modern egalitarianism. You'd have to perform aggressive masculinity constantly or face social death. The cognitive dissonance would tear you apart. The honor culture would trap you in impossible choices. Respond to an insult with violence and risk injury or death. Ignore the insult and become niddinger, socially dead, worthless. Choose blood feud and destroy your family through endless revenge cycles. Refuse blood feud and become coward whose dishonor stains your children. There are no good options, just choices between different types of destruction. The lack of hope or progress would crush your modern expectations. Vikings don't expect life to improve. They expect to survive, maybe accumulate modest wealth, probably die young. There's no career advancement, no social mobility, no retirement, no promise that hard work leads to better outcomes. You work until you die and hope your children survive to repeat the cycle. Modern people need hope. Vikings need endurance. The environmental discomfort never stops. You're always too cold or too hot, always in pain from something, always hungry or eating something barely palatable, always tired but unable to sleep properly, always surrounded by people with no privacy, always smelling smoke and unwashed bodies and animal waste. The accumulated discomfort is psychologically devastating. The moral weight of participating in Viking society would be unbearable for people raised with modern ethics. You'd know that slavery is wrong. You'd know that raiding civilians is wrong. You'd know that treating women as property is wrong. but you'd have to participate anyway to survive. The cognitive dissonance between your moral knowledge and your necessary actions would create constant psychological torture. The probability of actual survival is minimal. You'd likely die from disease, injury, violence, starvation, cold, or simple inability to adapt within months. The few modern people who might survive longer have specific skills: wilderness survival knowledge, high pain tolerance, psychological flexibility, and willingness to abandon modern ethical frameworks. That's a rare combination. Understanding why you couldn't survive as a Viking warrior illuminates how much human life has improved in 1,000 years. The progress is real. The advancement in medicine, technology, ethics, social organization, all of it represents genuine improvement in human welfare. Vikings weren't noble savages living free. They were people trapped in brutal conditions doing whatever it took to survive. Modern people aren't weak or soft. They're adapted to a world that's objectively better than the Viking world was. The comparison highlights human achievement while respecting the difficulty of past lives. So no, you wouldn't last a day as a Viking warrior. Be glad you don't have to. The fact that Viking life would kill you is proof that progress is real and worth preserving. Appreciate the advantages modern life provides while respecting the toughness of people who survived without them. That's the real lesson here